Hello. How is everyone tonight? Cafe is now open and we are willing to serve. I will warn, I am eating my dinner at the moment, so readings will take a few minutes, but that will give everyone time to join. I'm hoping the root beer I got with my dinner is not going to cause issues. It might, but who knows? I'm trying to eat in peace, but Jack is being a pain. Yeah, that's right. I'm talking about you. I just want to make sure I'm not going to get hungry in the middle of reading. At least not for a hot second. This way, I should be good for a couple hours. I have to check on a redeem to make sure it's not up right now. Because it will be going live on Tuesday when we play more games. But it will not be up during... Okay, I guess it is. It will not be alive during these streams where we read. It's because having that go through would lightly interrupt our stream. You guys will be able to throw things at me starting on Tuesday. So we'll be able to have fun with that. Hello, Jack boy. He's been kind of attention demanding today. Probably because I had to go out a couple times. This food is to celebrate Butler getting a job. It's only part-time, but hey, it's something. I don't like it when the cheese drops off my poutine. This is really good. If any of you ever come here in Canada, I highly recommend you try A&W. Or if you go to the States and you go to one of the states that actually has an A&W. But once I've eaten all this, we will be reading some spookies today. We still have more in my little giant book of scary stories. And I think some of those books I mentioned last time, we will end up reading today. Just going through the Project Gutenberg. And it's great, but damn, it's so freaking fresh. I'm gonna need to open my window. Although, the window will need to be closed at some point, just because of the fact that it is still raining on and off. So if my internet explodes, which it shouldn't, hopefully, it might be because of the rain. Also, I've been trying that closed beta of Darktide, and man, that's fun. Wasn't for the fact that I promised reading, we might have played that today for a little. Played for like 2 seconds earlier today. Makes me want to play more Vermintide too. Trying to pace myself with my food too. I'm bad sometimes with just eating it all in one big go. Gosh, I'm going to be having a late night. Because tonight I'm also going to be over on another channel playing The Forest. I'm going to be hanging out with linked AdTuber again. And Martha. I think Jack's upset with me because I'm stopping him from stabbing himself to death. Not literally to death. You guys know what I mean. Hey. You know, bud. I know you're itchy. It's not good for your skin, though. We'll actually be joined by... Actually, I think it's Dad Tutor. Unless he's still out of the weather. 100% sure. Excuse me. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about when I drink like root beer and that pop. I always get a little gassy in the leg. Oh, that's never fun. Let's see though. That'll be late tonight, so probably won't be streaming my end. But in the meantime, let's take a few more minutes, let things settle, and then we're gonna read from the Little Giant Book of True Ghost Stories. The last time we left off at we had done messages from ghosts. We ended with monkeys in the closet. Next we have the fifth part, poltergeists or something else. This breeze from outside is really nice, very pleasing. Just cool enough to help me cool down. Get my headset off completely for now. But how was everybody's day yesterday? I apologize again for missing stream yesterday, but the internet exploded on my computer for a bit. And then after that, dealing with that and some other things, I ended up getting stressed and getting a stress headache. I just refused to go away for a while. basically had my headset off all day, laid down for quite a few hours, just casually kept exploding. We also might play some Overwatch 2 at some point, for anyone that's curious. I will be looking for some people to join, because I would like to have a full party. But if we have not gamed before, I would like to game with you off of stream sometime, if like it's our first time, just to see how well we vibe together. My shock mount should also be arriving on Monday, I'm hoping. Tomorrow I should get the long HDMI cable. Once those are all set up, it shouldn't pick up my little bumps as often if the mic arm hits something so that'll be good. The HDMI cable means video games from my PlayStation and Switch are back on the cards, which potentially includes the new Pokemon. The new Pokemans when that comes out next month. Alright, I think it has been long enough. It is time. Actually, you know what? It shouldn't be with Butler. It should be with Slime Butler. There we go. Oh, the first story in this section is when is a ghost not a ghost? Hundreds of curious, fearful people surrounded the little house in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Some tried to burn it down, convinced it harbored a witch. Others threw garlic, an ancient protection against witches, onto the front steps. For very strange things were happening in this house. It was occupied by Gerald Gooden, his wife, Laura, and their adopted daughter, Marcia, 11. They often heard tapping, banging sounds. Lights would go on and off, so did the TV. This was just a warm-up for terror. Also gonna turn down the music. I would like to keep this going in the background just so we have something going, but I don't really have any spookies, is the problem. No, you know what? We'll have this going lightly in the background. Let me see how it sounds. Okay, perfect. I think this is the perfect setting for these. Early one morning, Gerald Gooden noticed that a large refrigerator had turned from its usual position. The kitchen table began to flip up and down. Chairs fell over. He heard a crash from his wife's bedroom. A religious picture had fallen off the wall. An even louder crash came from Marcia's room. Her bureau had fallen over. Wearing only night clothes, the Goodens fled out into the street. One sec, I'm almost knocking over water. A policeman lived nearby, and he went into the house, but left when the refrigerator began teetering back and forth. All sorts of explanations were offered. An earthquake? An underground stream? The house settling? Police came to the house to guard the Goodens. Experts on hauntings flooded in from all over the country. Among them was a Connecticut man named Boyce Beatty. He talked with many witnesses and saw and heard many strange things himself. The turning point in his investigation came on New Year's Day, 1975, when he was sitting in the Goodens' kitchen. A stereo set moved, and the table went up and down with a bang. Acting on a suspicion, he ran into Marcia's bedroom. The girl was lying on the bed, face down. That didn't seem right to me, Beatty says. When a loud sound is heard, the tendency is to go towards it. The picture in the bedroom fell from the wall, scattering glass across the floor. Marcia still lay motionless. Beatty and other investigators began to develop a theory. Commotions were not being caused by a ghost or demon, they were being caused by Marcia. It's becoming well known that some people can cause things to move without touching them. They can cause raps and bangs without hitting anything. This is called parakinesis. It happens particularly when people are emotionally disturbed. Often, these people are teenagers or slightly younger. So this is often a difficult time of life. Oh, your hair on it. This is gross. And Marcia had more than her share of problems. The Goodens had had a young son who had died. They had adopted Marcia, a Native American Iroquois from a reservation in Canada in an effort to lessen their grief. They were so protective of Marcia that she had almost no outside life. Beatty says, "This girl was a very normal child. She was intelligent, artistic, gentle, sweet. But she had almost no social contact. Mrs. Gooden walked her to school and back. Some children taunted her about her Native American heritage. One kicked her in the back so severely that she was forced to stay home for weeks. It was when she was almost healed and was about to be sent back to her scary school life that the heavy poltergeist activity, things moving around, began. But Beatty felt that initially it was Marcia's way of expressing anger at her parents and the world. Afterwards, she wanted to keep the excitement going and the company coming. The police in the house made a fuss over her. Her little game had brought social life into the house. Beatty recalls, one time Marcia and a policeman were playing a game of checkers and he won. Within 3 minutes, a bedroom bureau fell over and a TV set fell onto the floor. Marcia had been disappointed by her defeat, but was too gentle to express it in an ordinary way. So it would seem that not all poltergeists come from another world. Some come from ordinarily harmless people who are very much part of this one. Always a good one. Hi, Jack. What's up, bud? Jack's sitting here staring at me like trying to scratch himself as best he can. I'm sitting here like, no. You can't be doing that, bud. I'm not grabbing your treats right now. Which one's weird? Oh my god, that other one went way back there. There's ants on this one. What the heck? Look inside of it. Like, I'm just trying to deal with your little pest problem in this. Here, I'll give you 2. I'll give you like 3 of these. How's that sound? It's a problem because the actual zip tie part of this ended up breaking, so it doesn't seal properly anymore. Oh my good golly god! But Dad's gonna have to like go through that one and like filter it out or something because there's ants in there like crazy. That's it. That's all you're getting for now. I don't want to be accidentally feeding him some ants. That's gross. Here. Scoot. That's all you're getting for now, bud. I gave you 3. Those are your good ones. We're gonna do... After we get through the poltergeists one, we're gonna do a story from Ghost Stories of Antiquary. And after that, we might do one from 3 Ghost Stories, which has, it looks like it has multiple chapters for each one. In 2 chapters. Let's see. We might do some of the Korean imps, ghosts, and fairies ones. I would like to do another Lovecraft one, but I don't know which one I'd pick. Because we did the Call of Cthulhu. Next looks like it would be like the Dunwich Horror, seems like a good one. But I'm not sure. I'm just picking them as I go. Because They seem interesting. Like this next chapter is called A Fatal Apparition. Not sure how to pronounce that last name. When Arthur Koestler, a well-known writer, was a young man, he was invited to a house in the Austrian Alps by a wealthy, very attractive woman named Maria Klopfer, the widow of a German movie star. Soon after he arrived, she asked him if he believed in ghosts. He passed the question off with a joke. However, his hostess said casually that if he heard knocking on the walls at night, to ignore it. She was plagued with poltergeists, noisy ghosts. She explained, but they were harmless. He was soon subjected to more than mere noise. As they were sitting at lunch the next day, a large picture that hung on the wall behind Maria came crashing down. Koestler inspected the picture carefully and noted that the wire that held it up had not broken, and the two hooks to which the wire had been fastened remained solidly in the wall. Jack says, "Hi everybody," he has crawled under my arm. My left arm to be specific. And he's staring at the window, which I cannot open because it started pouring again. He was mystified, but even more so by the fact that his hostess had not moved a muscle. This sort of thing was apparently nothing new to her. When her aging maid came in and asked what had happened, Maria answered simply, "The haunting." Ooh. You know what, boy. In a nearby village, Koestler heard vague murmurs about apparitions at his hostess's house, but he considered himself a rational person and paid no attention. One afternoon, he and Maria went walking in the woods. Her small dog, Ricky, ran along ahead. Koestler described what happened. Suddenly, Ricky stopped, rooted to the mossy ground, and gave it a growl, which then changed into a plaintive, long-drawn howl. Maria also stopped and grabbed my arm. Her face had changed color, pale beneath her sunburnt skin. Her lips drew back, and the braces on her teeth were visible. The wailing dog's hair was actually bristling. I felt suspended between horror and the giggles. "Hello, Stu. Welcome in. How are you doing?" You're just in time for the middle part of this story, A Fatal Apparition. I hope you're doing well today. Maria turned and ran back towards the house, the dog by her side. Now and then, Koestler wrote, he licked her hand as if to comfort her. Wait, this one's almost done. Later she told Koestler, "Ricky saw my uncle approaching us. He sometimes sees him first and warns me." She said it was the apparition of a dead uncle whom she had feared and hated, who had mistreated her as a small child. He had become insane and had died when she was 3. Recently, she had begun seeing his ghost. She said that the apparition in the woods had appeared as a triple image, one coming towards her from the front, and 2 simultaneously approaching from left and right. Koestler left soon afterwards. A few weeks later, he heard that she had died in an institution. The elderly maid told Koestler that the apparition of the uncle had appeared on the veranda, and her mistress had had an epileptic seizure, from which she never recovered. That's the end of that one. Yes. Hello, Stu. How's your day been? I hope you've been well today. Hope you had a good day yesterday as well. It's hard to do so many things all at once when my brain's going burr. My head be going really burr. Not been too great, to be honest. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. you are always welcome to message me or chat and try to get me to hang out or something. I'm always up to do that. Yesterday was not my best day. My compooper did not want to cooperate. And then the internet did not want to work. A lot of stuff you can't talk about in here. No, that's alright, Stu. My DMs are always open. Since I broke I was like super in pain yesterday because of my head. I ended up, I got access to the Warhammer 40k Darktide beta. And I was playing that. That was a lot of fun. Very gruesome. But then again, it's Warhammer, and from what I've heard and seen, it's very gruesome. Probably more so in the actual game. It's been making me want to play freaking Vermintide 2 again, so I might reinstall that here soon. And if I can, I might get some of the DLCs. Of course, of course. Always here for friends. Even if I seem a little busy from time to time and I don't always reply, it's because at those times that I don't reply, my brain is going heavily burr. And I don't know how to word things for 2 seconds. Well, I'm trying to set all sorts of things up with people's again. Let's see, I think we have 1 or 2 more stories in this chapter of the book. Yeah, 2 more stories. And then we're on to Malicious Ghosts. But before we do that, we will read another book. Also, heavily raining today. I wish I could get the sounds picked up. I feel like rain would be like the perfect sound to go along with this, but it's kind of hard to do. So that's why we got the late music in the background. You boops the snoot. Hello, wretched. No booping the snoot, for I have no snoot in this form. If you look, I'm just a slime. I have no snoot. There is no nose. I look like Krillin. But as of Tuesday, there will be something that you will love to redeem on stream. Or as of Tuesday, the throwing system will be up for everybody. It will be up on game days mostly. Anytime, whenever we do reading though, it will be turned off. It will be turned off just because I prefer it to be super comfy, and I feel like the noise from the throw is just a little offsetting while reading and while relaxing. Alright, so our next chapter is Pebbles from Heaven. Why did Twitch stop posting? Apparently it wasn't good for discoverability from what they were saying. Mostly because of how people would type in the chat of the person hosting, and it wouldn't pop into the person they're hosting stream. And they were getting upset because people wouldn't reply to their what they're typing. I believe that was part of the reason. There's probably other things too, but I don't know. That's just what I've been reading and hearing about for it. Alright, but this next chapter, Pebbles from Heaven, starts as Gilbert Smith and his wife and children lived in a small cottage in Western Australia, a dwelling that occupied the bewildered attention of millions of Australians for some weeks in 1955. The mystery was Pebbles. Pebbles raining from nowhere. This was farming country, and the Smiths, who were part Aboriginal, were engaged in growing flax. The land was owned by Bill Hack. When pebbles began to fall on the Smith house, they thought it might be a joke. Mr. Smith went to his employer, Mr. Hack, to see if he might be able to deal with the situation. Hack did not take the matter seriously, but when he pulled up to the Smith's house, a pebble hit the roof of his car and bounced off, breaking him on the shoulder. This, incidentally, was the only record of a person being struck by a pebble, though thousands of them fell. During the time that Hack was in the house that day, many pebbles fell on the roof. Even more baffling, several landed on the living room floor, although there were no holes in the roof. Word spread, and soon friends and neighbors gathered to surround the house with spotlights. They could see the pebbles falling on the roof and onto the surrounding ground where they were standing. No member of the search party was ever struck. Some nights, the groups brought shotguns and fired them into the air. They also brought dogs who seemed as mystified as the people. The newspapers and reporters saw stones varying in size from a match head to a hen's egg. That's a big stone. Oh my god, a hen's egg? Small? Are we talking small egg, medium egg, large egg, actually very large? I assume it's just an average hen's egg, so probably like a medium-sized one. That's still big. They fell on the cars and on the floor and the furniture inside the Smith house. Some of the stones were warm or hot, others were not. Bill Hack was concerned about the safety of the Smiths family, so he drove 90 miles to the town of Mount Barker and returned with a native witch doctor, Sammy Miller. Miller suggested that the disturbance was being caused by the spirit of Mrs. Smith's father, who at the time was dangerously ill in a hospital. He had been taken ill while working near the Smiths' home. Mrs. Smith resisted this idea, but was startled when Miller went without any direction from anyone to a post home not far away from where her father had been working when he had a heart attack. Miller said that at the moment the elderly man's spirit had left him. The mystic said that when an aborigine was close to death, his spirit left him, but it would linger about until the person died or recovered. So there was no need for fear. The spirit was a happy one and would not harm anyone. Shortly afterwards, when Mrs. Smith's father died, the pebble showers ceased. Oh, so spooky. Yeah, they stopped a few things, but what's nice is, for those who haven't seen it, they did lower the amount for Twitch payouts, and that actually went out live this month. So now you only need $50 a month to get a payout on Twitch, instead of $100 enos. Which is really nice. I've also been seeing a lot of people talking again about the Twitch incentives for playing ads on your stream, and my gods, the amount of time they want some of these people to like do it for the different prices is ridiculous. I'm gonna say that right now. Some of them it's like 9 or 10% of their stream would be ads. That's a high percentage of your stream being just plain ads. I think that's a little too much. Like that's a lot of ad time. I mean, sure, you could get around it by, you know, subscribing to the person. But I mean, for those who don't sub, that's a lot of ad time. Like, not everybody can afford it, and that's completely understandable. You just watching is more than enough for the stream. But it's almost like it's a way to like try to force people to do it by Twitch themselves. And it's I don't agree with it. What? That's annoying. That is annoying if you have a sub and you still get ads. That's even worse. The sub is supposed to make it so you don't get ads. Then again, there is an option that some people have to make it so subs don't have to worry about ads. under the settings because I looked at it the other day and I'm like, why would I do that? That's so mean to my subs. It's a built-in ad for the stream. That's annoying. That's annoying as heck. Like, I'd rather you, like, if you subbed, I'd rather you not have to worry about those. You subbed to me. You said, I like this person. I'm going to support them and give them some money to help. You should not have to deal with ads. You've already done more than what you need to do. There is no reason for ads to pop up when you're watching. And it just sucks too because, like, even if I didn't put up the schedule that I have, like, there was an ad about 10 minutes ago that you guys probably had to deal with. If I didn't have the schedule I have going, you guys would have to deal with ads at random points that I have no control over. At least this way, the ad goes through and we're good for a little while, and you guys should be fine. I'd rather have this poopy schedule with it, with like short little ones. You might stream yourself next weekend? Why not? You might as well. Next weekend, I probably won't be streaming. I'll probably just be recording stuff, or at least trying to. I like actually get myself in the mental state to record things again. It's always just so hard sometimes because, like, I get into playing games and then I just don't want to do anything else. Oh yeah. Well, if my head, like, if I get a headache again, I might have to end stream earlier than I want to. Unfortunately, because I'm getting a few headaches the last few days again. I've been trying to do everything I can to prevent them, but it's kind of hard. They just kind of crop up. But I'm dealing with them. I got more peppermint tea downstairs, and we got Tylenol, so should help if need be. But on to this next one: the ghost who hated women. They say he was a terrible man when he was alive, full of anger and hate. He hasn't improved since he became a ghost. They call him George, and he inhabits a bedroom on the 3rd floor of the Old Stone House, a little museum in Georgetown, a section of Washington, D.C. The house is reputed to be the oldest building in Washington. Getting headaches yourself, yeah, it really sucks. I really gotta go in and, like, set up a doctor's appointment. We might have to take, like, a day off stream or something so I can do that. Just because it's hard to try to get a doctor's appointment up here. But I gotta get one so I can, like, get things checked to see if it's just tension, if there's something going on in my ears, or, like, I don't know, if it's my eyes even, because I might need to get glasses so I can read with them. But I'll find out, and then it should be fine again. It certainly seems to be one of the most haunted. If it at any point step, if I find out from GPU, I'm just as bad as most guys with trying to get in to see a doctor. We all procrastinate. We can't deny it. We all are like, it's fine. I'll just take this and then I'll wake up fine in the morning. The most violent ghost in the place is called George. He hates women. The Old Stone House is a national museum administered by the National Park Service. Ray Koch, the park ranger in charge, said that one time George tried to push her over a railing outside his 3rd floor bedroom. She managed to resist him and lived to tell the tale. Honestly, she already yells at me about it too. Often, Ray says, when women try to go into George's room, they can't get in. Sometimes something seems to be holding them out. Guess who? George seemed to take a particular dislike to Evelyn, a teenage English girl who worked as a volunteer at the house. Ray says, when Evelyn would go into that bedroom, you could actually see her being pushed out. There was something about Evelyn that seemed to set George off. And if you were with Evelyn, his anger might spill over on you. Excuse me. One time, another member of the staff, Karen Cobb, went up to the third floor with Evelyn. Evelyn began to feel very uncomfortable, as well she might, and left the floor. Perhaps George was frustrated that Evelyn had gotten away. When Evelyn left, Karen said later, the next thing I knew, there were hands around my neck, wrangling me. I managed to break loose and ran down the stairs. I ran outside. It was like it was pursuing me till I got out into the courtyard. I just collapsed on the bricks. My throat was badly bruised. I've gone up there since, but believe me, not with Evelyn. Various visitors have seen George. One woman visitor asked, who's that man on the third floor with the suspenders? A staff volunteer, Peggy Beach, had ancestors who lived in the house before it became a museum. She thinks George is a great-great-grandfather of hers. He often wore suspenders. He was an awful man, she says. That's the end of that chapter. Honestly, I don't mind the fact that they're like super short stories, but my god, they just kind of end abruptly. Alright, next one will be part 6, Malicious Ghosts. But in the meantime, we have other things to read, and we will chat for 2 seconds before we read those. But yeah, for my headaches, honestly, the Tylenol and the peppermint tea has helped a lot. Plus, if I'm having like tummy issues, like my stomach's upset, or like I feel like I really need to use the bathroom a lot, but I don't actually have to go. Honestly, the peppermint tea's helped a lot. It's helped just settle everything. It's helped more than honestly, more than most things, which is funny. Even if I have sugar in it, which sugar usually doesn't help if you're having issues like that, like headaches and that, it usually aggravates it, I find. But when I put it in with the peppermint tea, it seems to do a lot better. Because I had it by itself the other night and it did literally nothing for me. It could also be partially like staring at my computer screens, because I have the blue light on all the time. And I know blue light is not like the best on your eyes, and it can cause issues. But that's why I try to be careful and limit my screen time even more now. So I might have to I might actually have to turn it off on my monitors and see if that helps. It's just, without it on, I find like the color looks a little yellowish on everything, which is really, I don't like it. And let me see. Menu. Picture. Oh, wait a minute. Oh god. Yeah, see, it gives it like a yellowish tint. Which is... it's nice that it like doesn't seem to hurt my eyes as much, but... it's just kind of like annoying. That's why like my brightness, I have my brightness set to like 30%. You know what, let's switch it to 15 and see how that works on my eyes. I know turning the brightness down helps a bit too, but the fact that the blue light still causes some form of problems. Hey, sleepy Jacob boy. Let me at least close this up a little bit, but I'm not gonna. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm not closing it up all the way. I just want to, close it up a little bit. If I read this one's going to be a long read. Trying to make sure I stay hydrated, but the root beer is probably not the best to be drinking. Sneaker. Okay, no ants got in there. Ants got in my water. I have to go dump it really quick. Alright, so this is Ghost Stories of Antiquary. It starts with, if anyone is curious about my local settings, let it be recorded that Saint Bertrand de Comey and Vibord are real places, that in Oh Whistle and I'll Come to You, I had Felistol in mind. As for the fragments of ostensible erudition which are scattered about my pages, hardly anything in them is not pure invention. There never was, naturally, any such book as that which I quote in The Treasure of Abbot Thomas. Canon Alberic's scrapbook was written in 1894 and printed soon after in the National Review. A posture check, thank you, Richard. Trying to keep it, but it's a little hard since I don't know if anyone remembers, but I mentioned the one of the parts of the chair like broke, so I can't actually lean back without it like sliding backwards. Like I can sort of do it, but like it doesn't stay like locked. If I want to lean back, it just starts going mad because the right one broke a bit. And it's kind of annoying. Thank you for the posture check. I just checked it and made sure it was good. Lost Hearts appeared in the Pall Mall magazine. Of the next 5 stories, most of which were read to friends at Christmas time at King's College, Cambridge, I only recollect that I wrote number 13 in 1899, while The Treasure of Abbot Thomas was composed in the summer of 1904. So the first chapter we're reading is Canon Alberic's scrapbook. Let me roll in a little more. Make it so I stay as good posture as I can. Saint Bertrand de Comey is a decayed town on the spurs of the Pyrenees, not very far from Toulouse, and still nearer to Bagnères de Luçon, the site of the bishopric until the Revolution. Bishopric? And has a cathedral which is visited by a certain number of tourists. In the spring of 1883, an Englishman arrived at this old world place. Your phone about to die, so going to put it in church? Of course, Bridget. I am going to be here for a couple more hours at least. Before I go do the forest with everybody, I'm going to have to make sure to take a small, 30-minute hour break, so we'll probably end an hour no matter what before that if I'm still going at that time. But I'll be here for a while. Let's see. When arrived at this old world place, I can hardly dignify it with the name of city, for there are not 1,000 inhabitants. He was a Cambridge man who had come specially from Toulouse to see St. Bertrand's Church, and had left 2 friends, who were less keen archaeologists than himself, in their hotel at Toulouse, under promise to join him on the following morning. Half an hour at the church would satisfy them, and all 3 could then pursue their journey in the direction of Aix. But our Englishman had come early on the day in question, and proposed to himself to fill a notebook, leave several dozens of plates in the process of describing and photographing every corner of the wonderful church that dominates the little hall of Comings. Or of Comey. I think it's Comings. In order to carry out this design satisfactorily, it was necessary to monopolize the verger of the church for the day. The verger, or sacristan, I prefer the latter appellation, inaccurate as it may be, was accordingly sent for by the somewhat brusque lady who keeps the Inn of the Chapeau Rouge, and when he came, the Englishman found him an unexpectedly interesting object of study. It was not in the personal appearance of the little, dry, wizened old man that the interest lay, for he was precisely like dozens of other church guardians in France, but in a curious furtive, or rather hunted and oppressed, air which he had. He was perpetually half glancing behind him. The muscles of his back and shoulders seemed to be hunched in a continual nervous contraction, as if he were expecting every moment to find himself in the clutch of an enemy. Oh, one sec here. Get rid of that ping from Choopy. In the clutch of an enemy. The Englishman had hardly knew whether to put him down as a man haunted by a fixed delusion, or as one oppressed by a guilty conscience, or as an unbearably henpecked husband. The probabilities, when reckoned up, certainly pointed to the last idea, but still, the impression conveyed was that of a more formidable persecutor, even than a term-agent wife. However, the Englishman, let us call him Deniston. What the heck kind of name is that? Deniston? Was soon too deep in his notebook and too busy with his camera to give more than an occasional glance to the sacristan. Whenever he did look at him, he found him at no great distance, either huddling himself back against the wall or crouching in one of the gorgeous stalls. You know, I'm going to say Dennis instead of Deniston. Or Deniston. I'll say Dennis. Dennis became rather fidgety after a time. Mingled suspicions that he was keeping the old man from his déjeuner. He was regarded as likely to make away with St. Bertrand's ivory crozier, or with the dusty, stuffed crocodile that hangs over the font, and began to torment him. "Won't you go home?" he said at last. "I'm quite well able to finish my notes alone. You can lock me in if you like. I shall want at least 2 hours more here. It must be cold for you, isn't it?" "Good heavens," said the little man, whom the suggestion seemed to throw into a state of unaccountable terror. "Such a thing cannot be thought of for a moment. Leave Monsieur alone in the church? No. 2 hours, 3 hours, all will be the same to me. I have breakfasted. I am not at all cold, with many thanks to Monsieur." "Very well, my little man," quoth Dennis to himself. "You have been warned, and you must take the consequences." This is interesting so far. Lovely story. Before the expiration of the 2 hours, the stalls, the enormous dilapidated organ, the choir screen of Bishop Jean de Moulin, the remnants of glass and tapestry, and the objects in the treasure chamber had been well and truly examined. The sacristan still keeping at Dennis's heels, and every now and then whipping around as if he had been stung, when one or other of the strange noises that trouble a large empty building fell on his ear. Curious noises they were sometimes. "Once," Dennis said to me, "I could have sworn I heard a thin metallic voice laughing up in the tower. I darted an inquiring glance at my sacristan. He was white to the lips. 'It is he, that is, it is no one. The door is locked,' was all he said, and we looked at each other for a full minute. Another little incident puzzled Dennis a good deal. He was examining a large dark picture that hangs behind the altar, one of a series illustrating the miracles of St. Bertrand. The composition of the picture is well nigh indecipherable, but there is a Latin legend below which runs thus: "Qualiter St. Bertrandus liberavi hominem quem diabolus diu voleba strangular." Also translated to, Let me read it in English for those who are curious. Even I don't know what the heck I just said. How Saint Bertrand delivered a man whom the devil long sought to strangle. Dennis was turning to the sacristan with a smile and a jocular remark of some sort on his lips. But he was confounded to see the old man on his knees, gazing at the picture with the eye of a suppliant in agony, his hands tightly clasped, and a rain of tears on his cheeks. Dennis naturally pretended to have noticed nothing. The question would not go away from him. Why should a daub of this kind affect anyone so strongly? I just added a light accent to that, what the heck? Why should a daub of this kind affect anyone so strongly? He seemed to himself to be getting some sort of clue to the reason of the strange look that had been puzzling him all the day. The man must be a monomaniac, but what was his monomania? It was nearly 5 o'clock. The short day was drawing in, and the church began to fill with shadows, with the curious noises, the muffled footfalls, and distant talking voices that had been perceptible all day seemed, no doubt because of the fading light and the consequently quickened sense of hearing, to become more frequent and insistent. Green, what are you doing, me? Insistent. The sacristan began for the first time to show signs of hurry and impatience. He heaved a sigh of relief when camera and notebook were finally packed up and stowed away, and hurriedly beckoned Dennis to the western door of the church, under the tower. It was time to ring the Angelus. A few pulls at the reluctant rope, and the great bell Bertrand, high in the tower, began to speak, and swung her voice up among the pines and down to the valleys, loud with mountain streams, calling the dwellers on those lonely hills to remember and repeat the salutation of the angel to her, whom he called blessed among women. With that, a profound quiet seemed to fall for the first time that day upon the little town, and Dennis and the sacristan went out of the church. On the doorstep, they fell into conversation. Monsieur seemed to interest himself in the old choir books in the sacristy. Undoubtedly. I was going to ask you if there were a library in the town. No, monsieur. Perhaps there used to be one belonging to the chapter, but it is now such a small place. Here came a strange pause of irresolution, as it seemed. Then, with a sort of plunge, he went on. But if monsieur is amateur de viol livre, I have at home something that might interest him. It is not 100 yards. At once, all Dennis's cherished dreams of finding priceless manuscripts in untrodden corners of France flashed up, to die down again the next moment. It was probably a stupid missile of Plantin's printing, about 1580. Where was the likelihood that a place so near to Lo would not have been ransacked long ago by collectors? Oh. However, it would be foolish not to go. He would reproach himself forever after if he refused. So they set off. On the way, the curious irresolution and sudden determination of the sacristan recurred to Dennis, and he wondered in a shamefaced way whether he was being decoyed into some purlieu to be made away with as a supposed rich Englishman. One sec here, got something in my teeth. I just noticed it. It's like stuck in like a very specific spot. It's like a piece of the friggin' burger still there. He contrived, therefore, to begin talking with his guide, and to drag in a rather clumsy fashion, the fact that he expected 2 friends to join him early the next morning. To his surprise, the announcement seemed to relieve the sacristan at once of some of the anxiety that oppressed him. That is well, he said quite brightly. That is very well. Monsieur will travel in company with his friends, They will be always near him. It is a good thing to travel thus in company, sometimes. The last word appeared to be added as an afterthought, and to bring with it a relapse into gloom for the poor little man. Oh. They were soon at the house, which was one rather larger than its neighbors, stone-built, with a shield carved over the door. The shield of Alberic de Mauleon, a collateral descendant. Dennis tells me of Bishop Jean de Moulin. This Alberic was a canon of Commons from 1680 to 1701. The upper windows of the mansion were boarded up, and the whole place bore, as she does the rest of Comines, the aspect of decaying age. Blech. I like all sorts of stuff trying to get on my tongue. Gross. Arrived on his doorstep, the sacristan paused a moment. Perhaps, he said, perhaps, after all, Monsieur has not the time? Not at all. Lots of time. Nothing to do till tomorrow. Let us see what it is you have got. The door was opened at this point, and a face looked out. A face far younger than the sacristan's, but bearing something of the same distressing look. Only here it seemed to be the mark, not so much of fear for personal safety, as of acute anxiety on behalf of another. Plainly, the owner of the face was the sacristan's daughter, and, but for the expression I have described, she was a handsome girl enough. She brightened up considerably on seeing her father, accompanied by an able-bodied stranger. A few remarks passed between father and daughter, of which Dennis only caught these words said by the sacristan. He was laughing at the church. Words which were answered only by a look of terror from the girl. Let's see what you're saying. Let's see. But in another minute, they were in the sitting room of the house. A small, high chamber with a stone floor. Excuse me. Full of moving shadows cast by a wood fire that flickered on a great hearth. Something of the character of an oratory was imparted to it by a tall crucifix, which reached almost to the ceiling on one side. The figure was painted of the natural colors. The cross was black. Oh, I need to catch my breath and take a sip of water. Airs everywhere, dear lords. Under this stood a chest of some age and solidity, and when a lamp had been brought and chairs set, the sacristan went to this chest, and produced therefrom, with growing excitement and nervousness, as Dennis thought, a large book wrapped in a white cloth, on which cloth a cross was rudely embroidered in red thread. Even before the wrapping had been removed, Dennis began to be interested by the size and shape of the volume. Too large for a missal, he thought, and not the shape of an antiphona. Perhaps it may be something good after all. The next moment the book was open, and Dennis felt that he had at last lit upon something better than good. Before him lay a large folio, bound, perhaps, late in the 17th century with the arms of Canon Alberic de Molion, stamped in gold on the sides. There may have been 150 leaves of paper in the book, and almost every one of them was fastened a leaf from an illuminated manuscript. Such a collection Dennis had hardly dreamed of in his wildest moments. Here were 10 leaves from a copy of Genesis, illustrated with pictures which could not be later than AD 700. I don't know, it feels weird reading it as AD first, not 700 AD. Might just be me. Further on was a complete set of pictures from a Psalter of English execution. The very finest kind that the 13th century could produce. And perhaps, best of all, there were 20 leaves of uncial writing in Latin. I think that's uncial. Uncial? Uncial? Uncial seems right to me. Which, as a few words seen here and there told him at once, must belong to some very early unknown patristic treatise. Could it possibly be a fragment of the copy of Papias on the words of our Lord, which was known to have existed as late as the 12th century at Nimes? In any case, his mind was made up. That book must return to Cambridge with him, even if he had to draw the whole of his balance from the bank and stay at St. Bertrand until the money came. He glanced up at the sacristan to see if his face yielded any hint that the book was for sale. The sacristan was pale, and his lips were working. Oh, there's a little addendum for Nemez, or for that entire line. We now know that these leaves did contain a considerable fragment of that work, if not of that actual copy of it. Excuse me. If Monsieur will turn to the end, he said. So Monsieur turned on, meeting new treasures at every rise of a leaf. At the end of the book, he came upon 2 sheets of paper, of much more recent date than anything he had yet seen, which puzzled him considerably. They must be contemporary, he decided, with the unprincipled Canon Alberic, who had doubtless plundered the chapter library of St. Bertrand to form this priceless scrapbook. On the first of the paper sheets was a plan, carefully drawn and instantly recognizable by a person who knew the ground of the south aisle and cloisters of St. Bertrand's. There were curious signs looking like planetary symbols, and a few Hebrew words in the corners. The northwest angle of the cloister was a cross drawn in gold paint. Below the plan were some lines of writing in Latin, which ran thus. Oh gods, I don't know if I want to read the actual Latin words. Sponsa 12 me, December 1694, interrogatum est inveniamne, responsum est invenie fiamne dive, vie vivamne invidendis vive, morian in lecto mio ita. I probably pronounced that all horribly, because I don't know how to speak Latin. Answers of the 12th of December, 1694. It was asked, shall I find it? Answer, thou shalt. Shall I become rich? Thou wilt. Shall I live an object of envy? Thou wilt. Shall I die in my bed? Thou wilt. This specimen of the treasure hunter's record quite reminds one of Mr. Minor Canon Quatremain in Old St. Paul's, was Dennis's comment, and he turned the leaf. What he then saw impressed him, as he has often told me, more than he could have conceived any drawing or picture capable of impressing him. And then the drawing he saw is no longer in existence. There is a photograph of it, which I possess, which fully bears out that statement. The picture in question was a sepia drawing at the end of the 17th century, representing, one would say at first sight, a biblical scene. For the architecture, the picture represented an interior, and the figures had that semi-classical flavor about them which the artists of 200 years ago thought appropriate to illustrations of the Bible. On the right was a king on his throne. The throne elevated on 12 steps, canopy overhead, soldiers on either side. Evidently King Solomon. He was bending forward with outstretched scepter in attitude of command. His face expressed horror and disgust. There was in it also the mark of imperious command and confident power. The left half of the picture was the strangest, however. The interest plainly centered there. Let me just drink some water. I think my voice is trying to go for a second. I need some water. On the pavement before the throne were grouped 4 soldiers surrounding a crouching figure which must be described in a moment. A 5th soldier lay dead on the pavement, his neck distorted and his eyeballs starting from his head. The 4 surrounding guards were looking at the king. In their faces, the sentiment of horror was intensified. They seemed, in fact, only restrained from flight by their implicit trust in their master. All this terror was plainly excited by the being that crouched in their midst. I entirely despair of conveying by any words the impression which this figure makes upon anyone who looks at it. I recollect once showing the photograph of the drawing to a lecturer on morphology. A person I was going to say, abnormally sane and unimaginative habits of mind. He absolutely refused to be alone for the rest of that evening, and he told me afterwards that for many nights he had not dared to put out his light before going to sleep. He absolutely refused to be alone for the rest of that evening, and he told me afterwards that for many nights he had not dared to put out his light. Oh wait, I reread a part. Oopsie daisy. However, the main traits of the figure can at least indicate. At first, you saw only a mass of coarse, matted black hair. Presently, it was seen that this covered a body of fearful thinness, almost a skeleton, with the muscles standing out like wires. The hands were of a dusky pallor, covered, like the body, with long, coarse hairs, and hideously taloned. The eyes, touched in with a burning yellow, had intensely black pupils, and were fixed upon the throned king with a look of beast-like hate. Imagine one of the awful bird-catching spiders of South America translated into human form, and endowed with intelligence just less than human, and you have some faint conception of the terror inspired by the appalling effigy. One remark is universally made by those to whom I have shown the picture. It was drawn from the life. Let me just take another sip of water. Something's just disagreeing. As soon as the first shock of his irresistible fright had subsided, Dennis stole a look at his host. No water, only stories. I look at us. If only I could do that. Then my voice would go puff and we wouldn't have stories. The sacristan's hands were pressed upon his eyes. His daughter, looking up at the cross on the wall, was telling her beads feverishly. At last the question was asked. Is this book for sale? There was the same hesitation, the same plunge of determination that he had noticed before, And then came the welcome answer. If monsieur pleases. How much do you ask for it? I will take 250 francs. This was confounding. Even a collector's conscience is sometimes stirred, and Dennis's conscience was tenderer than a collector's. My good man, he said again and again, but also, hello, Galadis, how are you doing today? Welcome in. Your book is worth far more than 250 francs, I assure you, far more. But the answer did not vary. I will take 250 francs, not more. There was really no possibility of refusing such a chance. The money was paid, the receipt signed, a glass of wine drunk over the transaction, and then the sacristan seemed to become a new man. He stood upright. He ceased to throw those suspicious glances behind him. He actually laughed, or tried to laugh. Dennis rose to go. I shall have the honor of accompanying monsieur to his hotel, said the sacristan. Oh, no thanks. It isn't 100 yards, and I know the way perfectly, and there is a moon. The offer pressed 3 or 4 times, and refused as often. Then monsieur will summon me if he finds occasion. He will keep the middle of the road. The sides are so rough. Certainly, said Dennis, who was impatient to examine his prize by himself. He stepped out into the passage with his book under his arm. Here he was met by the daughter. She, it appears, was anxious to do a little business on her own account. Perhaps like a hussy, to take somewhat from the foreigner whom her father had spared. A silver crucifix and chain for the neck, monsieur? Would perhaps be good enough to accept it? Well, really, Dennis hadn't much use for those things. What did Mademoiselle want for it? Nothing in the world, monsieur. Monsieur is more than welcome to it. The tone in which this and much more was said was unmistakably genuine, so that Dennis was reduced to profuse thanks and submitted to have the chain put round his neck. It really seemed as if he had rendered the father and daughter some service which they hardly knew how to repay. Excuse me. As he set off with his book, they stood at the door looking after him, and they were still looking when he waved them a last good night from the steps of the Chapeau Rouge. Dinner was over, and Dennis was in his bedroom, shut up alone with his acquisition. The landlady had manifested a particular interest in him since he had told her that he had paid a visit to the sacristan and bought an old book from him. My words sometimes. He thought, too, that he had heard a hurried dialogue between her and the said sacristan in the passage outside the salle à manger. Some words to the effect that Pierre and Bertrand would be sleeping in the house had closed the conversation. All this time, a growing feeling of discomfort had been creeping over him. Nervous reaction, perhaps, after the delight of his discovery? Whatever it was, it resulted in a conviction that there was someone behind him, and he was far more comfortable with his book back to the wall. All this, of course, weighed light in the balance as against the obvious value of the collection he had acquired. And now, as I said, he was alone in his bedroom, taking stock of Canon Alberic's treasures, which every moment revealed something more charming. Bless Canon Alberic, said Dennis, who had an inveterate habit. Let me redo this. Said Dennis, who had an inveterate habit of talking to himself. I wonder where he is now. Dear me, I wish that landlady would learn to laugh in a more cheering manner. It makes one feel as if there was someone dead in the house. Half a pipe more, did you say? I think perhaps you're right. I wonder what that crucifix is that the young woman insisted on giving me. Last century, I suppose. Yes, probably. It is rather a nuisance of a thing to have around one's neck. Just too heavy. Most likely, her father has been wearing it for years. I think I might give it a clean-up before I put it away. He had taken the crucifix off and laid it on the table when his attention was caught by an object lying on the red cloth just by his left elbow. 2 or 3 ideas of what it might be flitted through his brain, their own incalculable quickness. A pen wiper? No, no such thing in the house. Alright. Too black. A large spider? I trust to goodness not, no. Good God! A hand like the hand in that picture? In another infinitesimal flash, he had taken it in. Pale, dusky skin covering nothing but bones and tendons of appalling strength. I'm just going to be lurking for a while, so keep it up, doing great. Thank you, Terrell. Enjoy the lurk, bud. I lost where I was. Uh-oh. Hey. In another infinitesimal flash, he had taken it in. Pale, dusky skin, covering nothing but bones and tendons of appalling strength. Coarse, black hairs, longer than ever, grew on a hand. Nails rising from the ends of the fingers and curving sharply down and forward. Gray, horny, and wrinkled. Excuse me. Excuse me again. He flew out of his chair with deadly, inconceivable terror clutching at his heart. The shape, whose left hand rested on the table, was rising to a standing posture behind his seat, its right hand crooked above his scalp. There was black and tattered drapery about it. The coarse hair covered it as in the drawing. The lower jaw was thin. What can I call it? Shallow? Like a beast's? Teeth showed behind the black lips. There was no nose, the eyes of a fiery yellow against which the pupils showed black and intense, and the exulting hate and thirst to destroy life which shone there were the most horrifying features in the whole vision. There was intelligence of a kind in them. Intelligence beyond that of a beast, below that of a man. The feelings which this horror stirred in Dennis were the intensest physical fear and the most profound mental loathing. What did he do? What could he do? He has never been quite certain what words he said, but he knows that he spoke. He grasped blindly at the silver crucifix, that he was conscious of a movement towards him on the part of the demon, that he screamed with the voice of an animal in hideous pain. Pierre and Bertrand, the 2 sturdy little serving men who rushed in, saw nothing, but felt themselves thrust aside by something that passed out between them, and found Dennis in a swoon. They sat up with him that night, and his 2 friends were at St. Bertrand by 9 o'clock next morning. He himself, though still shaken and nervous, was almost himself by that time, and his story found credence with them, though not till they had seen the drawing and talked with the sacristan. Almost at dawn, the little man had come to the inn on some pretense, and had listened with the deepest interest to the story retailed by the landlady. He showed no surprise. It is he, I have seen him myself, was his only comment, and to all questionings but one reply was vouchsafed. 1 fois je l'ai vu, 1000 fois je l'ai senti. He said he would tell them nothing of the provenance of the book, nor any details of his experiences. I shall soon sleep, and my rest will be sweet. Why should you trouble me? He said. He died that summer. His daughter married and settled at St. Pepole. She never understood the circumstances of her father's obsession. We shall never know what he or Canon Alberic de Molon suffered. The back of that fateful drawing were some lines of writing which may be supposed to throw light on the situation. Contradictio Salomonis demonio nocturno Albericus de Malion de la Nave Vido in adiatorium. It's just PS. Pio habita Sancte Bertrand Demoniorum effugator interced pro me miserimo. Imum Luidi Nocte 12 mi December 1694. Oedebo mox optimum pacao et passu sum plurad hoc passerus. December 29th, 1701. The Dispute of Solomon with the Demon of the Night. Drawn by Alberic de Molon. Versil, O Lord, make haste to help me. Psalm. Whoso dwelleth. Saint Bertrand, who puttest devils to flight, pray for me most unhappy. I saw it first on the night of December 12th, 1694. Soon I shall see it for the last time. I have sinned and suffered, and have more to suffer yet. December 29th, 1701. Gallia Christiana gives the date of Canon's death as December 31st, 1701. In bed of a sudden seizure. Details of this kind are not common in the great work of Samarthani. I have never quite understood what was Dennis's view of the events I have narrated. He quoted to me once a text from Ecclesiasticus. Some spirits there be that are created for vengeance, and in their fury lay on sore strokes. On another occasion he said, Isaiah was a very sensible man. Doesn't he say something about night monsters living in the ruins of Babylon? These things are rather beyond us at present. Another confidence of his impressed me rather, and I sympathized with it. We had been last year to Comings to see Canon Alberic's tomb. It's a great marble erection with an effigy of the canon in a large wig and soutane, and an elaborate eulogy of his learning below. I saw Dennis talking for some time with the vicar of St. Bertrand's, and as he drove away, he said to me, I hope it isn't wrong, you know. I am a Presbyterian, but I believe there will be saying of Mass and singing of dirges for Alberic de Molon's rest. Then he added, with a touch of the northern British in his tone, I had no notion they came so dear. The book is in the Wentworth collection at Cambridge. The drawing was photographed and then burnt by Dennis on the day when he left Comings, in the occasion of his first visit. And that's that story. That was good. That was interesting. I hope everyone is comfy. I hope you're all well and wonderfully relaxed. Adjust a little bit to get a bit more comfy. That one took us almost an hour to read. Not too shabby if you ask me. My head is trying to hurt more and more, unfortunately. You are comfortably killing filthy heretics. Perfect. I played that for like 2 seconds after you guys finished earlier today. It's done after tomorrow, if I recall correctly, right? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad I picked this. I kind of like it. Oh, itchy side of head. I don't know what time it finishes. Does it even say? They'll start with 4 classes and 70 plus weapons at launch. They aim to release 1 new class every quarter. EU-based company, so it's hard to say. I'll probably look it up. Give me 2 seconds here. I know it doesn't launch until like next month, at the end of the month. Oh wow, even the site doesn't. Let's see, read the FAQ. Yeah, it just says like the dates. So I'm sure it'll probably run most of the day tomorrow. So I'll still have time to play it. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play it much more today since we'll be here for a while. Funny, because one of my other friends is playing it who I haven't talked to in a hot second. I don't even remember the last time I gamed with him. Let's see. I think the last time I talked with the man was a couple years ago. Last time I talked to him was through Facebook Messenger, if I recall. 2020. Yeah, it was 2020, December. That was the last time I talked to the man. That was a hot second ago. All right, back. Actually, let me have some water first. I might have to take a moment and go make some peppermint tea. My head's really trying to hurt right now. It shouldn't be trying to hurt. I took headache meds. I've done everything I can. Just also adjust my camera a little bit too. Oh, I just popped my neck. Oh, that was a weird way to pop. Alright, so we're back to our little giant book of ghost stories. Oh wow, right, this is a long... No, wait, no, it's not a long chapter. This is actually a kind of short chapter, if I recall. Yeah, this one's only like 3 little stories for malicious ghosts. See, I want to open my window, because that helps like everything cool down in here. Because, as I've mentioned before, I don't have like a lot of space. Like, I can touch my ceiling. without having to extend my arm. Like, my arm's bent. Like, I'm reaching up and touching the ceiling. I stand up and I crick my neck to the frickin' right. It's not comfy. One of those like spaces that you'd have to be like really small to be comfortable in. All right, the next chapter is A Dangerous Spirit. When Ed Schultz graduated from divinity school, he became a minister in an Episcopal church in Weymouth, a village near Boston. With his wife Caroline and baby Christopher, he moved into an old house on the edge of town. The house had 2 apartments on the 2nd floor. There was a stairway between them that led down to the front door of the building. Although summer that year was extremely hot, the stairway was always very cold. It was something the Schultzes didn't think much about at first. But mysterious, frightening things soon began to happen. One day, Caroline was standing at the top of the stairs, holding the baby. Suddenly, she felt hands on the back of her shoulders, pushing her. The baby, she fell 20 steps down the stairs. As she was falling, she could feel a cold chill around her, but she was aware of a warm glow from the baby in her arms. Neither she nor the baby was hurt. A week later, during the middle of the night, the baby started screaming from his crib in the nearby room. Ed usually got up during the night to attend to the baby, but Caroline could not awaken him. So she got up and went to see what was wrong. As she was leaving her bedroom, Ed recalls, I woke up. I had what I can only describe as a feeling of tremendous panic. I felt I was being held down by an evil presence. It was as though it was trying to possess me. After a few moments, Ed managed to free himself and follow his wife down the corridor. He'd been having her own experiences. He again felt icy hands on her shoulders. They closed around her neck as though trying to choke her. He broke loose and ran to the baby's room. He picked him up and managed to calm him. Ed recalls, it was such a strong experience that to this day we prefer not to talk about it. It sends shivers up and down our spines. Ed began to question the landlady about the history of the house. He discovered that the house had originally been a barn where a man had committed suicide by hanging himself from a rafter. His body had hung undiscovered for days in the space that now was the staircase. Looks like it was the hanged man. He was not happy. He was an angry, unpleasant man. But yeah, no, in my spare time, actually, I've been replaying like the first Assassin's Creed game too, which has been a lot of fun, besides the fact of the jank it has, which upsets me to no ends. Like, I actually hate the fact how jank it gets. Trying to climb one thing and instead he goes the opposite direction of what you want. It's like, no, Altair, I said go up, not down. Right, how jank the old ones really are. And it's such a nuisance. We might also do some more Elden Ring stuff in the coming week, just because I do want to try and finish it. And I think I managed to fix it. I think I just needed to validate the files the other day. It seems like the update just broke one of my files. And it should hopefully be working now. I cross my fingers. That is too bright. I should have left Steam up. My poor eyeballs. Actually, wait, I can put Steam out here. Oh. Why does a Project Gutenberg have to freaking have just a white freaking back? It did. I saw a lot of people complaining about that and upset about it. Fortunately, not much we can do about it. We just gotta wait for them to update the seamless co-op mod. Hopefully it will be soon. Hopefully. Then again, this update did bring a lot of PvP like balancing changes. So now PvP has its own scaling separate from PvE, making it harder to kill people. EU PvP. I don't mind the PvP from time to time. It's just the people that take it like way too seriously that bother me. That's why I actually managed to get my stuff all migrated for Overwatch 2, so now I have all my stuff from the first Overwatch on my PlayStation 4. Which includes legendary skin for Watson, legendary skin for Widowmaker. I have a couple of different skins that when I went into it, I was like, wait, what? These are the skins I have? Holy shit! I didn't know I had all these. Oh, neck. Oh, God. My least favorite game to do PvP in, though, is Destiny. I still hate having to do PvP in Destiny. I hate PvP. I don't care too much for Gambit. I like my PvE. I like punching the AI in the face, even though I'm a hunter. Because they suck. The enemies, I mean. Hello, Richard. Hello, back. I am Goliath. How are you doing today? That's alright. Things distract people all the time. Look at me. I get distracted all the time. Alright, next little story is called A Very Scary Doll. Can a doll haunt a house? You're welcome. Take Robert, a large doll that for many years inhabited the artist house in Key West, an island off the southern tip of Florida. The artist house is a bed and breakfast establishment, a place to relax, but some patrons have had anything but relaxing times there. The owner, Ed Cox, tells of a young German woman who stayed in the front bedroom and was terrified. The more you go up that staircase, the worse the feeling is, she said. The young German one? I made her sound old. The more you go up that staircase, the worse the feeling is. There. The front bedroom was the place where the doll had been kept for many years. Plumber working at the artist house insisted that he heard the doll giggle, and he found it sitting in different spots when no one was around to move it. Did it move itself? Owner Cox tells of other disturbances in the house, of pictures that fly off the walls, for example. He once saw the door of a book cabinet spring open for no visible reason. Sometimes doors won't open. Sometimes they open when they shouldn't. My brain tried to read that as the open. Who is Robert, and what could he be up to? Robert was the doll of Robert Jean Otto, an artist who lived in the house all his life. When Jean, as he was called, was given the doll, he was 5 years old. It was the custom around 1900 to give a child a doll that looked like him. Robert the doll is the size of a child. He has human hair and buttons for eyes. Jean used to dress the doll in his own clothes. He also gave it his first name. Mayor Roeder, who owned the house after Jean died, cared for Robert as though he were a human being. It has different kinds of clothes, she said. It was in a pixie outfit when I got him. Now I have Jean's little sailor suit on him. I've been told, she said, that when Jean did anything mean or hateful, he always blamed it on the doll. Interesting. Meert Router tells of renting the house to a law student one winter. She says, he told the story that the doll was voodoo and it locked him up in the attic. I mean, if it's made with real human hair from him, then depending on your belief system, yeah. Technically, it is a voodoo doll. Voodoo dolls usually have some form of human hair on them. The human that you're trying to, curse. Was that true? Possibly. But it is a fact that many people have reported strange experiences in the house, whether or not Robert was causing them. Bennett Hoffman, who has written books about the Hawaiian mystical tradition, Huna, I think it's Hana, suspects that what is going on with Robert is what the Hawaiians call mana. Mana, she says, carries ideas. It can be stored in certain things, wood and silk in particular. It flows in ways that are hard for us to understand. The doll has possibly infected the atmosphere of the house. Jean had been a bad-tempered person all his life. The doll had been his mirror image. A lot of his personality had gone into the doll. All the evil thoughts and actions. Possibly Jean's anger is living on after his death through Robert. Maybe. There's that one. What are you talking about, though, Richard? I always do weird jokes. What are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? I make the bestest jokes in the world. They're all funny. None of that got into my freaking water, bud. Awesome. Well, unfortunately, I might have to finish up soon. My head is really hurting. Otherwise, I'll take a quick break and after this next story, and I'll run downstairs and make a cup of peppermint tea. Maybe that'll help. Didn't really help with that throat last time, though. A couple of other things. Alright, this is the last story of this part of the book. And it is The Demonic Hairdresser. It's distressing enough to get a bad haircut, but when it's a ghost who is giving it to you, it's an even grimmer experience. That's what happened to a woman in North Carolina who we'll call Mary Johnson. It's a big going around. There's a bug going around. Don't worry about it. Call Mary Johnson. You got this, Wretched. You'll get it. Mary woke up one morning to find that her hair had been cut in a random, haphazard, disfiguring way. Parts of her head looked as though they had been shaved. Then it happened again and again. Sometimes even during the day. Mary would go into a sort of trance, she called it, a spell. And when she came to, her hair would be cut. Autocorrect, that's okay. Autocorrect's always a pain. Mary was about 80, and she lived in a small house with her daughter, Jennifer, who was 30. Jennifer began to wonder if she herself were being possessed by a spirit, and were giving her mother these haircuts, without knowing it. Hydrate as well? Okay. Oh, that was a bit of a heavy freaking smack. But sometimes, Mary would go into her bedroom and lock the door, even nail it shut, and the haircuts would still occur. The woman began to wonder whether the haircuts were coming from Mary's dead husband, Roger, who was Jennifer's father. 20 years before, when the family had been living in Ohio, Roger had become involved in black magic. This terrified Mary, and she took the little girl and fled to North Carolina. Roger was bitterly offended. After a time, he followed and moved in with them. A few years later, he died of a heart attack. Almost immediately after Roger's death, Mary and Jennifer became aware of strange sounds in the house. They heard knockings, footsteps, voices, whispering. They saw vague, unrecognizable apparitions, and soon the haircuts began. Finally, in desperation, they called in a woman who was both a psychologist and a psychic. Dr. Jeannie Lagley is a well-trained psychotherapist whose work with clients often has an added dimension. She uses her natural psychic abilities to help her clients. She came to the house, talked with the woman, and agreed that it was their husband and father who was causing the trouble. What we did was a sort of family therapy, Jeannie relates. The unusual aspect of it was that one of the people, Roger, had been dead for some years. The three women began meeting in seances, and according to Jeannie, the spirit of Roger came and joined in. Seances were not an immediate success. Mary got at least one haircut at this time. But eventually, the heart-to-heart talks seemed to calm down Roger's fearsome spirit. In the therapy sessions, Jeannie seemed to convince him that by remaining close to the physical plane and harassing his wife, he was doing nobody any good, including himself. It seemed that he took Jeannie's advice and went elsewhere. Whatever happened to Roger, the haircuts stopped. And that's the end of that part. Alright, like I said, we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break. I'm going to go make some tea. I'm going to see about bathrooming too. So depending on the bathroom length, it might be a little bit longer. Hopefully the tea is going to help, because my head, if it keeps up like this, I might have to take a longer break at some point. But I will be right back. Please relax and enjoy some music. And if you've already fallen asleep, well, I hope you have a wonderful sleep. If not, maybe grab yourself a light snack really quick. I'll see you guys in a moment. Howdy, folks, I'm back. Wretched, thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. I don't know when you had to dip out, but I'm back. I have my tea, and I should be ready for more stuff. I'm gonna scoot it, though, so it's more in front of me. That way I don't have... I can get a nice whiff. I'm not gonna lie, having the smell alone has been helping. I don't know if any of you guys ever had a headache and used peppermint tea for it or peppermint stuff. It's a blessing. It's funny because I never really tried doing this before with it. There you go. No, that's just a city spot for you, bud. That's a spot that you can sit. What? Don't look at me like that. He's looking at me like I'm a traitor for not giving him any treats. Bud. Trying to spill all my freaking tea. Holy crap, hola Batman. Ooh. Kind of a pain when he does that. It's actually really, really full, so... Man, I still can't believe everything that's going on right now, and with voice acting stuff. I can't believe that freaking the main voice actress for Bayonetta was replaced just because she wouldn't accept such a small amount of money for voicing an entire freaking game. That's so ridiculous. And apparently it was less than than that $4,000 they're talking about originally. How long is the house? It says it's 2 chapters. I think it's that one, the Ghost and Masterpiece replied. Yep. He's being a pain in my butt. There you go. Is that better? Huh? I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit more for you guys. I want it to be loud enough that it's audible and softening, really soft for you guys. But not too loud, unless I'm not here. Bud. Why are you like this with your tail? Huh? I gotta try and read. I can't read with you right here. Make it extra hard when you're right here. I also have to be careful. I have to try and make it remind myself when I go to places to not get burger buns with sesame seeds. I think sesame seeds actually cause an issue for me because they're smooth. Okay. So we're gonna read The Haunted House, which is 2 chapters. And this is from 3 Ghost Stories by Charles Dickens. If only my cat would move or curl up in my lap. Bud, what are you doing? Huh? What's up? I do have to remember to also remove the tea bags in a couple minutes. I don't want it to over steep. Right up here. Thank you. I can't open it, bud. What's up? Now he's gonna sit right on the arm, partially on me. Okay, go where you're going. Immortals in the House. Under none of the accredited ghostly circumstances, and environed by none of the conventional ghostly surroundings, did I first make acquaintance with the house which is the subject of this. Wait, there's a Christmas piece? Excuse me? I don't want to read no Christmas stuff just yet. Even if it's a spooky story. If it's going to be a spooky story, I think I'll wait a little bit longer. I always forget a lot of Charles Dickens stuff. Aren't they like focused around Christmas spookies? Yeah, literally transcribed from the 1894 Chapman and the Hall edition of Christmas Stories. You know, we could do The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. That's one we could do. I don't even know how long this one is. Oh my good golly god. It's one full reading. That's not too bad though. Definitely read longer. Jack's just being a huge pain in my butt, and he won't let me read. Bud, why? What's up? Ah, heck my eyeball, bud. You're really trying to mess me up. Right. I will keep the 3 ghost stories up, though. I'll probably read them sometime next month, closer to Quimus time. Like, really ripped a bit of fur out of that spot. Alright. Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving. Found among the papers of the late Daedric Knickerbocker. It's an interesting name. Oh my god, bud, can I please read? Here, over here if you're gonna be like this. I know, it's a pain in the butt that Daddy's like this. But Daddy's trying to do things, and you being right there is getting in the way a little bit, unfortunately. I'm almost getting smacked in the frickin' mouth every time by his tail. A pleasing land of drowsy head it was, of dreams that wave before the half-shut eye, and of gay castles in the clouds that pass, forever flushing round a summer sky. Castle of Indolence. Ooh. In the bosom of one of those spacious coves which indent the eastern shore of the Hudson, the broad expansion of the river denominated by the ancient Dutch navigators the Tappan Zee, and where they always prudently shortened sail and implored the protection of St. Nicholas when they crossed. There lies a small market town or rural port, which by some is called Greensburg, but which is more generally and properly known by the name of Tarrytown. This name was given, we are told, in former days by the good housewives of the adjacent country, from the inveterate propensity of their husbands to linger about the village tavern on market days. Be that as it may, I do not vouch for the fact, but merely advert to it for the sake of being precise and authentic. Not far from this village, perhaps about 2 miles, there is a little valley, or rather lap of land among high hills, which is one of the quietest places in the whole world. A small brook glides through it, with just murmur enough to lull one to repose, and the occasional whistle of a quail or tapping of a woodpecker is almost the only sound that ever breaks in upon the uniform tranquility. Don't mind me, I'm just giving Jack some attention while I read. He's laying on the side of the desk, so I can at least give him some attention. Boop. Good. I don't have a snoot to boop. Why do you boop? There's no boop in snoot. With no snoot to boop. Now I'm doing rhymes to rhyme. I'm doing rhymes of boop and snoot. You will find the snoot, and you might have to wait till I'm back to human form. Never. Might have to. Hot. Hot. That's really freaking hot on my fingies. Hot. Okay, that should be good. It is almost 12:30 for you, yes. Because you are 4 hours ahead of me, whereas Terrell and Galadus are 5, so it's almost 1:30 for them. Let's give this one last stir before I remove the spoon. I recollect that when a stripling, my first exploit in squirrel shooting, was in a grove of tall walnut trees that shades one side of the valley. I'd wandered into it at noontime when all nature is peculiarly quiet, and was startled by the roar of my own gun as it broke the Sabbath stillness around and was prolonged and reverberated by the angry echoes. And it's work today, so it's all good. As long as you're fine with it. If ever I should wish for a retreat whither I might steal from the world and its distractions, and dream quietly away the remnant of a troubled life, I know of none more promising than this little valley. From the listless repose of the place, and the peculiar character of its inhabitants, who are descendants from the original Dutch settlers, this sequestered glen has long been known by the name of Sleepy Hollow, and its rustic lads are called the Sleepy Hollow Boys throughout all the neighboring country. A drowsy, dreamy influence seems to hang over the land and to pervade the very atmosphere. Some say that the place was bewitched by a high German doctor during the early days of the settlement. Others that an old Indian chief, the prophet or wizard of his tribe, held his powwows there before the country was discovered by Master Hendrik Hudson. Why are you getting Resident Evil vibes from this? I don't know. I'm just reading Sleepy Hollow. This is an old one, if I recall. Certain it is, the place still continues under the sway of some witching power that holds a spell over the minds of the good people, causing them to walk in a continual reverie. Did I say Hudson? I did, yes. Master Hendrik Hudson. They are given to all kinds of marvelous beliefs, are subject to trances and visions, and frequently see strange sights, and hear music and voices in the air. The whole neighborhood abounds with local tales, haunted spots, and twilight superstitions. Stars shoot and meteors glare oftener across the valley than in any other part of the country, and the nightmare, with her whole ninefold, seems to make it the favorite scene of her gambols. Very interesting. The dominant spirit, however, that haunts this enchanted region and seems to be commander-in-chief of all the powers of the air, is the apparition of a figure on horseback without a head. It is said by some to be the ghost of a Hessian trooper? Hessian? Something like that. Hessian trooper whose head had been carried away by a cannonball in some nameless battle during the Revolutionary War, and who is ever and anon seen by the country folk hurrying along in the gloom of night, as if on the wings of the wind. His haunts are not confined to the valley, but extend at times to the adjacent roads, and especially to the vicinity of a church at no great distance. Indeed, certain of the most authentic historians of those parts, who have been careful in collecting and collating the floating facts concerning the spectre, allege that the body of the trooper having been buried in the churchyard, the ghost rides forth to the scene of battle in nightly quest of his head, and that the rushing speed with which he sometimes passes along the hollow, like a midnight blast, is owing to his being belated and in a hurry to get back to the churchyard before daybreak. The hair on my tongue. Just take... No, that's still too hot. Take a sip of water, though. Such is the general purport of this legendary superstition, which has furnished materials for many a wild story in that region of shadows. And the spectre is known at all the country's firesides by the name of the Headless Horseman of Sleepy Hollow. Sleep, so I will live and leave you all. Rest well, wretched. Thank you for sticking around so long, bud. I will still be here for a while, but you sleep well and rest well, and I hope you have a good day tomorrow. It is remarkable that the visionary propensity I have mentioned. Wait. Oh, no, this is the right sentence. Propensity I have mentioned is not confined to the native inhabitants of the valley, but is unconsciously imbibed by everyone who resides there for a time. However wide awake they may have been before they entered that sleepy region, they are sure, in a little time, to inhale the witching influence of the air, and begin to grow imaginative, to dream dreams and see apparitions. I mention this peaceful spot with all possible laud, for it is in such little retired Dutch valleys, found here and there embosomed in the great state of New York, that population, manners, and customs remain fixed, while the great torrent of migration and improvement, which is making such incessant changes in other parts of this restless country, sweeps by them unobserved. They are like those little nooks of still water which border a rapid stream, where we may see the straw and bubble riding quietly at anchor, or slowly revolving in their mimic harbor, undisturbed by the rush of the passing current. Though many years have elapsed since I trod the drowsy shades of Sleepy Hollow, yet I question whether I should not still find the same trees and the same families vegetating in its sheltered bosom. And not somewhere in my hair. Mini knot. I always feel like these little mini knots when I caress my hair. Like sometimes I like to just run my fingers through my hair for like 2 seconds. It just feels weird. In this byplace of nature, there abode in a remote period of American history, that is to say, some 30 years since, a worthy wight of the name of Ichabod Crane, who sojourned, or as he expressed it, tarried, in Sleepy Hollow for the purpose of instructing the children of the vicinity. He was a native of Connecticut, a state which supplies the Union with pioneers for the mine, as well as for the forest, and sends forth yearly its legions of frontier woodsmen and country schoolmasters. The cognomen of Crane was not inapplicable to his person. He was tall, but exceedingly lank, with narrow shoulders, long arms and legs, hands that dangled a mile out of his sleeves, feet that might have served for shovels, and his whole frame most loosely hung together. His head was small and flat atop, with huge ears, large, green, glassy eyes, and a long snipe nose, so that it looked like a weathered cock perched upon his spinal neck to tell which way the wind blew. To see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. Right, 1 sec here, it's starting to rain. I gotta check my other window. I want to make sure it doesn't have water come in. Be 2 seconds, guys. That's better. Oh, is that like an actual bit of like tea leaf or just a... Wow. Really good. His schoolhouse was a low building of one large room, rudely constructed of logs, the windows partially glazed and partially patched with leaves of old copybooks. It was most ingeniously secured at vacant hours by a withe twisted in the handle of the door and stakes set against the window shutters, so that though a thief might get in with perfect ease, he would find some embarrassment in getting out. An idea most probably borrowed by the architect Jost van Houten, from The Mystery of an Eel Pot. Schoolhouse stood in a rather lonely but pleasant situation. Just at the foot of a woody hill was a brook running close by, and a formidable birch tree growing at one end of it. Excuse me. From hence the low murmur of his pupils' voices, conning over their lessons, might be heard in a drowsy summer's day, like the hum of a beehive, interrupted now and then by the authoritative voice of the master in the tone of menace or command, or peradventure by the appalling sound of the birch, as he urged some tardy loiterer along the flowery path of knowledge. Truth to say, he was a conscientious man, and ever bore in mind the golden maxim, "Spare the rod and spoil the child." Ichabod Crane's scholars certainly were not spoiled. Oh, 1 second. Your nose is trying to act up on me. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. I would not have it imagined, however, that he was one of those cruel potentates of the school who joy in the smart of their subjects. On the contrary, he administered justice with discrimination rather than severity, taking the burden off the backs of the weak and laying it on those of the strong. "You mere puny stripling that winced at the least flourish of the rod was passed by with indulgence, but the claims of justice were satisfied by inflicting a double portion on some little tough, wrong-headed, broad-skirted Dutch urchin, who sulked and swelled, and grew dogged and sullen beneath the birch. All this he called doing his duty by their parents, and he never inflicted a chastisement without following it by the assurance, so consolatory to the smarting urchin, that he would remember it and thank him for it the longest day he had to live. Thank him for it. Don't know why I read that as think. When school hours were over, he was even the companion and playmate of the larger boys, and on holiday afternoons would convoy some of the smaller ones home, who happened to have pretty sisters or good housewives for mothers, noted for the comforts of the cupboard. Indeed, behooved him to keep on good terms with his pupils. Revenue arising from his school was small, and would have been scarcely sufficient to furnish him with daily bread, for he was a huge feeder, and though lank, had the dilating powers of an anaconda. But to help out his maintenance, he was, according to country custom in those parts, boarded and lodged at the houses of the farmers whose children he instructed. With these he lived successively a week at a time, thus going the rounds of the neighborhood, with all his worldly effects tied up in a cotton handkerchief. But all this might not be too onerous on the purses of his rustic patrons, who are apt to consider the costs of schooling a grievous burden. Schoolmasters as mere drones, he had various ways of rendering himself both useful and agreeable. He assisted the farmers occasionally in the lighter labors of their farms, helped to make hay, mended the fences, took the horses to water, drove the cows from pasture, and cut wood for the winter fire. He laid aside, too, all the dominant dignity and absolute sway with which he lorded it in his little empire, the school, and became wonderfully gentle and ingratiating. Found favor in the eyes of the mothers by petting the children, particularly the youngest, and like the lion bold, which whilom so magnanimously the lamb did hold. He would sit with a child on one knee and rock a cradle with his foot for whole hours together. In addition to his other vocations, he was the singing master of the neighborhood and picked up many bright shillings by instructing the young folks in psalmody. It was a matter of no little vanity to him on Sundays to take his station in front of the church gallery with a band of chosen singers, where, in his own mind, he completely carried away the palm from the parson. Certain it is, his voice resounded far above all the rest of the congregation, and there are peculiar quavers still to be heard in that church, and which may even be heard half a mile off. Quite to the opposite side of the mill pond, on a still Sunday morning, which are said to be legitimately descended from the nose of Ichabod Crane. Thus, by divers little makeshifts, in that ingenious way which is commonly denominated by hook and by crook, the worthy pedagogue got on tolerably enough, and was thought by all who understood nothing of the labor of headwork to have a wonderfully easy life of it. Let me just take a sip of tea before we start this next bit of it. They're getting everywhere. What the hell? Oh, that's really hot. Oh, still. Oh, that hits the spot. The schoolmaster is generally a man of some importance in the female circle of a rural neighborhood, being considered a kind of idle, gentleman-like personage of vastly superior taste and accomplishments to the rough country swains, and indeed inferior in learning only to the parson. His appearance, therefore, is apt to occasion some little stir at the tea-table of a farmhouse, and the addition of a supernumerary dish of cakes or sweetmeats, or peradventure the parade of a silver teapot. Our man of letters, therefore, was peculiarly happy in the smiles of all the country damsels, how he would figure among them in the churchyard between services on Sundays, gathering grapes from them from the wild vines that overran the surrounding trees, reciting for their amusement all the epitaphs on the tombstones, or sauntering with a whole bevy of them along the banks of the adjacent mill pond, while the more bashful country bumpkins hung sheepishly back, envying his superior elegance and address. Man's a bit of a flirt, is he? From his half-itinerant life, also, he was a kind of traveling gazette, carrying the whole budget of local gossip from house to house, so that his appearance was always greeted with satisfaction. He was moreover esteemed by the women as a man of great erudition, for he had read several books quite through, was a perfect master of Cotton Mather's History of New England Witchcraft, in which, by the way, he most firmly and potently believed. So he believes in the witchcraft stuff. That's always interesting. That's why if we can, for those who are curious, if I can get it and it runs well, we will play Hogwarts Mystery when it comes out. Well, Hogwarts Mystery? Why do I say Hogwarts Mystery? Hogwarts Legacy. Right? Hogwarts Legacy? Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. I'm a dingling. Supposed to come out on the 10th unless it gets delayed again. He was, in fact, an odd mixture of small shrewdness and simple credulity. His appetite for the marvelous and his powers of digesting it were equally extraordinary, and both had been increased by his residence in the spellbound region. No tale was too gross or monstrous for his capacious swallow. It was often his delight, after his school was dismissed in the afternoon, to stretch himself on the rich bed of clover bordering the little brook that whimpered by his schoolhouse, and there con over old Mather's direful tales, till the gathering dusk of evening made the printed page a mere mist before his eyes. Then, as he wended his way by swamp and stream and awful woodland to the farmhouse where he happened to be quartered, every sound of nature at that witching hour fluttered his excited imagination. The moan of the whip-poor-will from the hillside, the boding cry of the tree-toad, that harbinger storm, the dreary hooting of the screech-owl, or the sudden rustling in the thicket of birds, frightened from their roost. The fireflies, too, which sparkled most vividly in the darkest places, now and then startled him, as one of uncommon brightness would stream across his path, and if by chance a huge blockhead of a beetle came winging his blundering flight against him, the poor varlet was ready to give up the ghost with the idea that he was struck with the witch's token. His only resource on such occasions, either to drown thought or drive away evil spirits, was to sing psalm tunes, and the good people of Sleepy Hollow, as they sat by the doors of an evening, were often filled with awe at hearing his nasal melody. Linked sweetness long drawn out, floating from the distant hill, or along the dusky road. Another of his sources of fearful pleasure was to pass long winter evenings with the old Dutch wives, as they sat spinning by the fire, with a row of apples roasting and spluttering along the hearth, and listened to their marvelous tales of ghosts and goblins and haunted fields, haunted brooks and haunted bridges, and haunted houses, and particularly of the Headless Horseman, or Galloping Hessian of the Hollow, as they sometimes called him. He would delight them equally by his anecdotes of witchcraft, of the direful omens and portentous sights and sounds in the air which prevailed in the earlier times of Connecticut, and would frighten them woefully with speculations upon comets and shooting stars, and with the alarming fact that the world did absolutely turn round, and that they were half the time topsy-turvy. And pets for Jackalboy. Why? Because I can. A little bit more of it, and then we'll go back to the book. I don't want to read this all in one big go, as great as it is. I'll make sure to mark like where I am in a way. But if there was a pleasure in all this, while snugly cuddling in the chimney corner of a chamber that was all of a ruddy glow from the crackling wood fire, and where, of course, no spectre dared show its face, was dearly purchased by the terrors of a subsequent walk homewards. What fearful shapes and shadows beset his path amidst the dim and ghastly glare of a snowy night? With what wistful look did he eye every trembling ray of light streaming across the waste fields from some distant window? How often was he appalled by some shrub covered with snow, which, like a sheeted spectre, beset his very path? Yeah. Let me just clear my throat a little bit. Get some water, and I think it'll be better than the tea for my throat. How often did he shrink with curdling awe at the sound of his own steps on the frosty crust beneath his feet, and dread to look over his shoulder, lest he should behold some uncouth being tramping close behind him. And how often was he thrown into complete dismay by some rushing blast howling among the trees, and the idea that it was the Galloping Hessian on one of his nightly scourings. Not gonna lie, at nighttime when you're walking through snow, hearing your own footsteps crunch through it can be a little spooky when you forget about it for 2 seconds. You know, like listening to music, jamming out, and then you'd pop a earbud out and you're still walking and then you hear that crunch sometimes, oh, what? Okay, it's fine, it's just me. And then you pop the headphone back in and you just forget about it. All these, however, were mere terrors of the night, phantoms of the mind that walk in darkness, and though he had seen many spectres in his time, and been more than once beset by Satan in divers shapes in his lonely perambulations, yet daylight put an end to all these evils, and he would have passed a pleasant life of it, in despite of the devil and all his works, if his path had not been crossed by a being that causes more perplexity to mortal men than ghosts, goblins, and the whole race of witches put together. And that was a woman. Of course, it's always a woman in the books. Among the musical disciples who assembled one evening in each week to receive his instructions in psalmody was Katrina van Tassel, the daughter and only child of a substantial Dutch farmer. She was a blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches, and universally famed, not merely for her beauty, but her vast expectations. She was withal a little of a coquette, as might be perceived even in her dress, which was a mixture of ancient and modern fashions, as most suited to set off her charms. She wore the ornaments of pure yellow gold, which her great-great-grandmother had brought over from Sardom, tempting stomacher of the olden time, and withal a provokingly short petticoat, to display the prettiest foot and ankle in the country round. It's still raining out, bud. I can't open it. I know you want it open, but I can't. If I open it, then the water's going to come in. Look. What? Maybe it stopped for now, and maybe I can keep it open for like 2 seconds. Ichabod Crane had a soft and foolish heart towards the sex, and it is not to be wondered at that so tempting a morsel soon found favor in his eyes, more especially after he had visited her in her paternal mansion. Old Baltus van Tassel was a perfect picture of a thriving, contented, liberal-hearted farmer. He seldom, it is true, sent either his eyes or his thoughts beyond the boundaries of his own farm. But within those, everything was snug, happy, and well-conditioned. He was satisfied with his wealth, but not proud of it, and piqued himself upon the hearty abundance, rather than the style in which he lived. His stronghold was situated on the banks of the Hudson, in one of those green, sheltered, fertile nooks in which the Dutch farmers are so fond of nestling. A great elm tree spread its broad branches over it, the foot of which bubbled up a spring of the softest and sweetest water, in a little well formed of a barrel, and then stole sparkling away through the grass to a neighboring brook that babbled along among alders and dwarf willows. Hard by the farmhouse was a vast barn that might have served for a church, every window and crevice of which seemed bursting forth with the treasures of the farm. The flail was busily resounding within it from morning to night. Swallows and martins skimmed twittering about the eaves, and rows of pigeons, some with one eye turned up, as if watching resounding within it from weather. As if watching the weather, some with their heads under their wings, or buried in their bosoms, and others swelling and cooing, and bowing about their dames, or enjoying the sunshine on the roof. Sleek, unwieldy porkers were grunting in the repose and abundance of their pens, from whence sallied forth, now and then, troops of sucking pigs, as if to snuff the air. A stately squadron of snowy geese were riding in an adjoined pond, convoying whole fleets of ducks. Regiments of turkeys were gobbling through the farmyard, and guinea fowls fretting about it, like ill-tempered housewives with their peevish, discontented cry. Before the barn door strutted the gallant cock, that pattern of a husband, a warrior, and a fine gentleman, clapping his burnished wings and crowing in the pride and gladness of his heart, sometimes tearing up the earth with his feet, and then generously calling his ever-hungry family of wives and children to enjoy the rich morsel which he had discovered. Oh, my knuckle. That was a big pop. Like my middle knuckle, my left hand. Snap big time. Oh. Pedagogue's mouth watered as he looked upon this sumptuous promise of luxurious winter fare. In his devouring mind's eye, he pictured to himself every roasting pig running about with a pudding in his belly and an apple in his mouth. The pigeons were snugly put to bed in a comfortable pie and tucked in with a coverlet of crust. A drink of water. Coverlet of crust. The geese were swimming in their own gravy, and the ducks pairing cozily in dishes, like snug married couples with a decent competency of onion sauce. In the porkers, he saw carved out the future sleek side of bacon and juicy, relishing ham. Not a turkey, but he beheld daintily trussed up with its gizzard under its wing, and peradventure a necklace of savory sausages. And even bright Chanticleer himself lay sprawling on his back in a side dish, with uplifted claws as if craving that quarter which his chivalrous spirit disdained to ask while living. If it gets too wet out there, but I'm going to have to close it again. As the enraptured Ichabod fancied all this, and as he rolled his great green eyes over the fat meadow lands, the rich fields of wheat, of rye, of buckwheat, and Indian corn, and the orchards burdened with ruddy fruit, which surrounded the warm tenement of Van Tassel, his heart yearned after the damsel who was to inherit these domains, and his imagination expanded with the idea how they might be readily turned into cash, and the money invested in immense tracts of wild land, and shingle palaces in the wilderness. Nay, his busy fancy already realized his hopes, and presented to him the blooming Katrina, with a whole family of children mounted on the top of a wagon, loaded with household trumpery, with pots and kettles dangling beneath. And he beheld himself bestriding a pacing mare, with a colt at her heels, setting out for Kentucky, Tennessee, or the Lord knows where. Oh, man. This is a long one. Let me mark the spot I'm at. Oh boy, yeah, we still have a lot of this left to read. I think like maybe a little under halfway done. When he entered the house, the conquest of his heart was complete. It was one of those spacious farmhouses with high-ridged but lowly sloping roofs, built in the style handed down from the first Dutch settlers. The low, projecting eaves forming a piazza along the front, capable of being closed up in bad weather. Under this were hung flails, harness, various utensils of husbandry, and nets for fishing in the neighboring river. Benches were built along the sides for summer use, and a great spinning wheel at one end and a churn at the other showed the various uses to which the important porch might be devoted. From this piazza, the wandering Ichabod entered the hall, which formed the center of the mansion and the place of usual residence. Here, rows of resplendent pewter ranged on a long dresser dazzled his eyes. In one corner stood a huge bag of wool, ready to be spun. In another, a quantity of linsey-woolsey just from the loom. Ears of Indian corn and strings of dried apples and peaches hung in gay festoons along the walls. Mingled with the god of red peppers, and a door left ajar gave him a peep into the best parlor, where the claw-footed chairs and dark mahogany tables shone like mirrors. Banderons with their accompanying shovel and tongs glistened from their covert of asparagus tops. Mock oranges and conch shells decorated the mantelpiece. Strings of various colored birds' eggs were suspended above it. A great ostrich egg was hung from the center of the room, and a corner cupboard, knowingly left open, displayed immense treasures of old silver and well-mended china. Hey, bud. From the moment Ichabod laid his eyes upon these regions of delight, the peace of his mind was at an end, and his only study was how to gain the affections of the peerless daughter of Van Tassel. In this enterprise, however, he had more real difficulties than generally fell to the lot of a knight-errant of yore, who seldom had anything but giants, enchanters, fiery dragons, and such like easily conquered adversaries to contend with, and had to make his way merely through gates of iron and brass, and walls of adamant to the castle keep, where the lady of his heart was confined. All which he achieved as easily as a man would carve his way to the center of a Christmas pie. And then the lady gave him her hand as a matter of course. Ichabod, on the contrary, had to win his way to the heart of a country coquette, set with a labyrinth of whims and caprices, which were forever presenting new difficulties and impediments, and he had to encounter a host of fearful adversaries of real flesh and blood. The numerous rustic admirers who beset every portal to her heart. Some stories, yay, very bad day today, so I hope this helps cheer you up too, Mom. I'm sorry you had a bad day. I'm still reading for a while longer, so I hope this helps. Let's see. Set every portal to her heart, keeping a watchful and angry eye upon each other, but ready to fly out in the common cause against any new competitor. Right now, we are reading Sleepy Hollow. Among these, the most formidable was a burly, roaring, roistering blade of the name of Abraham, or, according to the Dutch abbreviation, Brom van Brunt, the hero of the country round, which rang with his feats of strength and hardihood. He was broad-shouldered and double-jointed, with short, curly black hair, and a bluff, but not unpleasant countenance, having a mingled air of fun and arrogance. From his Herculean frame and great powers of limb, he had received the nickname of Brom Bones, by which he was universally known. He was famed for great knowledge and skill in horsemanship, being as dexterous on horseback as a Tartare. He was foremost at all races and cockfights, and with the ascendancy which bodily strength always acquires in rustic life, was the umpire in all disputes, setting his hat on one side and giving his decisions with an air and tone that admitted of no gainsay or appeal. He was always ready for either a fight or a frolic, but had more mischief than ill will in his composition. And with all his overbearing roughness, there was a strong dash of waggish good humor at bottom. Excuse me. He had 3 or 4 boon companions who regarded him as their model, at the head of whom he scoured the country, attending every scene of feud or merriment for miles round. In cold weather, he was distinguished by a fur cap, surmounted with a flaunting fox's tail, and when the folks at a country gathering descried this well-known crest at a distance, whisking about among the squad of hard riders, they always stood by for a squall. Another sip of tea, I think. Sometimes his crew would be heard dashing along past the farmhouses at midnight, with whoop and halloo, like a troop of Don Cossacks, and the old dames, startled out of their sleep, would listen for a moment, till the hurry-scurry had clattered by, and then exclaim, "Aye, there goes Brom Bones and his gang." I think that in more of a feminine voice. I'm not the best with those. Unless you want it to sound a bit more femboyish. The neighbors looked upon him with a mixture of awe, admiration, and goodwill. And when any madcap prank or rustic brawl occurred in the vicinity, always shook their heads and warranted Brom Bones was at the bottom of it. This rantipole hero had for some time singled out the blooming Katrina for the object of his uncouth gallantries, and though his amorous toyings were something like the gentle caresses and endearments of a bear, yet it was whispered that she did not altogether discourage his hopes. Certain it is, his advances were signals for rival candidates to retire, who felt no inclination to cross a line in his ambers, insomuch that when his horse was seen tied to Van Tassel's paling on a Sunday night, sure sign that his master was courting, or as it is termed, sparking, within all other suitors passed by in despair, and carried the warrant to other quarters. Oh, so much left to read. Trying to make sure like my head stays fine. I'm like taking turns with tea and water. Such was the formidable rival with whom Ichabod Crane had to contend, and, considering all things, stouter man than he would have shrunk from the competition, and a wiser man would have despaired. He had, however, a happy mixture of pliability and perseverance in his nature. He was in form and spirit like a supple jack, yielding but tough. Though he bent, he never broke, and though he bowed beneath the slightest pressure, yet the moment it was away, jerk, he was as erect and carried his head as high as ever. To have taken the field openly against his rival would have been madness, for he was not a man to be thwarted in his amours, any more than that stormy lover Achilles. Itchy nose. One second. That's a spot that's going to be a pain in my nose. I get irritated in my nose a little bit by accident. Oops. I'm irritating the nose line by touching there. I can feel a sneeze coming on again. Thank you. I haven't even sneezed yet. Phew. Phew. I heavily irritated it. Oh my god. Nope. That made it so I could blow my nose down properly. I hate when that happens. I like an itch in my nose and accidentally irritate the lining. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm good. As long as I like don't touch it, don't do anything, ignore it, I should be good in a bit. I don't know if that'll help. It might make it worse. Ugh. Yeah, let me take another sip of my tea. Ooh, that's better. It will give you the thrill. Perfect. See, I don't know. I like sitting here sniffing my tea. Because it's like a peppermint tea, and I just got some on my freaking chin. Are you kidding me? I just spilled like a drop and a half onto my chin, and it got on my shirt. Alright. I should be good now. Back to the story. You know, it's perfect for inflicting the pain. You know, to play that new Warhammer 40k freaking beta. Oh, it's so good. Ichabod, therefore, made his advances in a quiet and gently insinuating manner. Oh, that's a quote you heard from something. I've never heard that quote. I don't think I've ever heard that. Wait, it depends on what it's from, actually. I might have heard it. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Warhammer 40k universe. It's that Dark Tide one. The one that's set in the futuristic stuff, I think. Burn the heretics, basically. Which is funny because I've never really like been as super into them myself. I like the video games though; they're good games. The games that I've played so far. But this is just a closed beta because the full game doesn't come out for over a month. Under cover of his character of Singing Master, he made frequent visits at the farmhouse. Not that he had anything to apprehend from the meddlesome interference of parents, which is so often a stumbling block in the path of lovers. Balt Van Tassel was an easy, indulgent soul. He loved his daughter better even than his pipe, and, like a reasonable man and an excellent father, let her have her way in everything. His notable little wife, too, had enough to do to attend to her housekeeping and manage her poultry. For, as she sagely observed, ducks and geese are foolish things and must be looked after, but girls can take care of themselves. Thus, while the busy dame bustled about the house or plied her spinning wheel at one end of the piazza, honest Balt would sit smoking his evening pipe at the other, watching the achievements of a little wooden warrior, who, armed with a sword in each hand, was most valiantly fighting the wind on the pinnacle of the barn. In the meantime, Ichabod would carry on his suit with the daughter by the side of the spring under the great elm, or sauntering along in the twilight, at hours so favorable to the lover's eloquence. Oh, my nose is still trying to leak. I think I definitely irritated it too much on the left side. Now the left side's a little stuffed. I profess not to know how women's hearts are wooed and won. Take care of it, I'm still gonna be here. Oh yeah. There's nothing I can do. It's literally my own fault. But there's nothing I can do. I just have to deal with it for the night. To me, they have always been matters of riddle and admiration. Some seem to have but one vulnerable point, or door of access, while others have 1,000 avenues and may be captured in 1,000 different ways. It is a great triumph of skill to gain the former, but a still greater proof of generalship to maintain possession of the latter. For man must battle for his fortress at every door and window. I accidentally hit a spot in my nose, and I think it just aggravated everything. I'm not really sure what. Freaking cat hair everywhere. One sec here. Yeah, that should be better. Yeah, so do I. It should be fine. It'll probably be gone by tomorrow at least, at the max. He who wins 1,000 common hearts is therefore entitled to some renown. But he who keeps undisputed sway over the heart of a coquette is indeed a hero. Certain it is, this was not the case with the redoubtable Brom Bones. From the moment Ichabod Crane made his advances, the interest of the former evidently declined. His horse was no longer seen tied to the paddlings on Sunday nights, and a deadly feud gradually arose between him and the preceptor of Sleepy Hollow. Brom, who had a degree of... correct things on the screen. Who had a degree of rough chivalry in his nature, would fain have carried matters to open warfare, and have settled their pretensions to the lady, according to the mode of the most concise and simple reasoners. The knights errant of yore, by single combat. But Ichabod was too conscious of the superior might of his adversary to enter the lists against him. He had overheard a boast of Bones that he would double the schoolmaster up and lay him on a shelf of his own schoolhouse, and he was too wary to give him an opportunity. There was something extremely provoking in this obstinately pacific system. Left Brom no alternative but to draw upon the funds of rustic waggery in his disposition, and to play off boorish practical jokes upon his rival. Ichabod became the object of whimsical persecution to Bones and his gang of rough riders. They harried his hitherto peaceful domains, smoked out his singing school by stopping up the chimney, broke into the schoolhouse at night in spite of its formidable fastenings of withe and window stakes, turned everything topsy-turvy, so that the poor schoolmaster began to think all the witches in the country held their meetings there. But what was still more annoying, Brom took all opportunities of turning him into ridicule in presence of his mistress, and had a scoundrel dog whom he taught to whine in the most ludicrous manner, and introduced as a rival of Ichabod's to instruct her in psalmody. Let me just... stir my tea. I don't want it to like settle because it's kind of settling. See. In this way matters went on for some time, without producing any material effect on the relative situations of the contending powers. On a fine autumnal afternoon, Ichabod, in pensive mood, sat enthroned on the lofty stool from whence he usually watched all the concerns of his little literary realm. In his hand he swayed a ferule, that sceptre of despotic power. The birch of justice reposed on 3 nails behind the throne, a constant terror to evildoers, while on the desk before him might be seen sundry contraband articles and prohibited weapons, detected upon the persons of idle urchins, such as half-munched apples, popguns, whirligigs, fly cages, and whole legions of rampant little paper gamecocks. Apparently, there had been some appalling act of justice recently inflicted, for his scholars were all busily intent upon their books, or slyly whispering behind them with one eye kept upon the master. A kind of buzzing stillness reigned throughout the schoolroom. Oh man. Of course this word would crop up in a book like this. It was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a person of color, in tow cloth jacket and trousers, a round-crowned fragment of a hat, like the cap of Mercury, mounted on the back of a ragged, wild, half-broken colt, which he managed with a rope by way of halter. That's the only way I feel like I could say that without being, like, horrible. He came clattering up to the school door with an invitation to Ichabod to attend a merrymaking or quilting frolic to be held that evening at Mynheer Van Tassel's. Having delivered his message with that air of importance and effort at fine language, which said person is apt to display on petty embassies of the kind, he dashed over the brook and was seen scampering away up the hollow, full of the importance and hurry of his mission. It's really hard to skirt around that without sounding horrible. All was now bustle and hubbub in the late quiet schoolroom. The scholars were hurried through their lessons without stopping at trifles. Those who were nimble skipped over, half with impunity, and those who were tardy had a smart application now and then in the rear to quicken their speed or help them over a tall word. Books were flung aside without being put away on the shelves. Inkstands were overturned, benches thrown down, and the whole school was turned loose an hour before the usual time, bursting forth like a legion of young imps, yelping and racketing about the green in joy at their early emancipation. I really irritated my nose, oh my god. You going down there, bud? There we go. What now, Jack? What do you want, bud? What's up? Where are you going? Oh my god. There you go. Being a pain in my butt again. I'm so tired of you, buddy boy. Hi, Jack. What's up, bud? The gallant Ichabod now spent at least an extra half-hour at his toilet, brushing and furbishing up his best, and indeed only suit of rusty black, and arranging his locks by a bit of broken-looking glass that hung up in the schoolhouse. That he might make his appearance before his mistress in the true style of a cavalier, he borrowed a horse from the farmer with whom he was domiciliated. There we go. A lyric old Dutchman of the name of Hans von Ripper, and thus, gallantly mounted, issued forth like a knight-errant in quest of adventures. But it is meet I should, in the true spirit of romantic story, give some account of the looks and equipments of my hero and his steed. The animal he bestrode was a broken-down plough-horse that had outlived almost everything but its viciousness. He was gaunt and shagged with an ewe neck and a head like a hammer. His rusty mane and tail were tangled and knotted with burrs. One eye had lost its pupil and was glaring and spectral, but the other had the gleam of a genuine devil in it. Still, he must have had fire and metal in his day, if we may judge from the name he bore of Gunpowder. He had, in fact, been a favorite steed of his master's, the choleric von Ripper, was a furious rider, and had infused, very probably, some of his own spirit into the animal. For old and broken down as he looked, there was more of the lurking devil in him than in any young filly in the country. What? You stop. Oh, God. A menu. Ichabod was a suitable figure for such a steed. He rode with short stirrups, which brought his knees nearly up to the pommel of the saddle. His sharp elbows stuck out like grasshoppers. He carried his whip perpendicularly in his hand like a scepter, and as his horse jogged on, the motion of his arms was not unlike the flapping of a pair of wings. A small wool hat rested on the top of his nose, for so his scanty strip of forehead might be called, and the skirts of his black coat fluttered out almost to the horse's tail, Such was the appearance of Ichabod and his steed as they shambled out of the gate of Hans von Ripper, and it was altogether such an apparition as is seldom to be met with in broad daylight. Oh, I really needed some water there. It was, as I have said, a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery which we always associate the idea of abundance. Nom, 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 nom. A muffin? Well, I can certainly get you one. Here's a fresh baked muffin. I'll leave some butter on the side here if you'd like it. It's chocolate chip muffins we have today. I do hope you enjoy it. He knows I shouldn't have touched it. Beepus? What about Beepus? Oh, you want some quality Beepus? Beepus, I should say. We finally managed to get some in. It totally didn't take me like a billion years or anything. I'm always on top of these things. But here you are. A lovely Beepus. A Beepus. I know some people like to say Beepus, so. I've said a fine autumnal day. The sky was clear and serene, and nature wore that rich and golden livery, which was always associated with the idea of abundance. Forests had put on their sober brown and yellow, while some trees of the tenderer kind had been nipped by the frosts into brilliant dyes of orange, purple, and scarlet. Bud, you just smacked me in the throat with your tail. You're so mean. I can open it a smidge, but like, you're gonna hate it. Yeah, that's as far as it's being opened. Screaming files of wild ducks began to make their appearance high in the air. The bark of the squirrel might be heard from the groves of beech and hickory nuts, and the pensive whistle of the quail at intervals from the neighboring stubble field. To be honest, you don't think you've ever heard of it? Beepus? Beepus? Something I started doing because of Droopy. The small birds were taking their farewell banquets. In the fullness of their revelry, they fluttered, chirping and frolicking from bush to bush, and tree to tree, capricious from the very profusion and variety around them. Yeah. I think I also got it from, I think Iron Mouse also said it a lot. I don't remember though. There was the honest cock robin, the favorite game of stripling sportsman, with its loud, querulous note, and the twittering blackbirds flying in sable clouds, and the golden-winged woodpecker with his crimson crest, his broad black gorget, and splendid plumage. So probably the first one, gorget. I don't know, gorget. And the cedar bird, with its red-tipped wings and yellow-tipped tail, and its little Monstro cap of feathers, and the blue jay, that noisy coxcomb, in his gay light blue coat and white underclothes, screaming and chattering, nodding and bobbing and bowing, and pretending to be on good terms with every songster of the grove. Yeah, I really irritated it. I think I caused my allergies to start up a little bit today, even though I was doing so good. You wish you had a feather? Oh. It's like I clear it for a second and then it just comes back because that's how bad I irritated my nose, though. As Ichabod jogged slowly on his way, his eye, ever open to every symptom of culinary abundance, ranged with delight over the treasures of jolly autumn. On all sides, he beheld a vast store of apples. Make you sneeze? I don't know if that'll help. At this point, it's hard to say. Some hanging in oppressive opulence on the trees, some gathered into baskets and barrels for the market, others heaped up in rich piles for the cider press. Farther on, he beheld great fields of Indian corn, with its golden ears peeping from their leafy coverts, and holding out the promise of cakes and hasty pudding, and the yellow pumpkins lying beneath them, turning up their fair round bellies to the sun, and giving ample prospects of the most luxurious of pies. And anon he passed the fragrant buckwheat fields, breathing the odor of the beehive, and as he beheld them, soft anticipation stole over his mind of dainty slapjacks, well buttered and garnished with honey or treacle, by the delicate little dimpled hand of Katrina Van Tassel. It just sucks because like I was completely clear before I accidentally irritated it. Thus, feeding his mind with many sweet thoughts and sugared oppositions, he journeyed along the sides of a range of hills which look out upon some of the goodliest scenes of the mighty Hudson. The sun gradually wheeled his broad disk down in the west. The wide bosom of the Tappan Zee lay motionless and glassy, excepting that here and there a gentle undulation waved and prolonged the blue shadow of the distant mountain. A few amber clouds floated in the sky without a breath of air to move them. The horizon was of a fine golden tint, changing gradually into a pure apple green, from that into the deep blue of the mid-heaven. A slanting ray lingered on the woody crests of the precipices that overhung some parts of the river, giving greater depth to the dark gray and purple of their rocky sides. A sloop was loitering in the distance, dropping slowly down with the tide, her sail hanging uselessly against the mast, as the reflection of the sky gleamed along the still water. It seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air. Oh gosh, there's still so much. Holy crap. Hi, Mister. Yeah, I hopped up again on the desk. It was toward evening that Ichabod arrived at the castle of the Herr Van Tassel, which he found thronged with the pride and flower of the adjacent country. Old farmers, a spare leathern-faced race, in homespun coats and breeches, blue stockings, huge shoes, and magnificent pewter buckles. Their brisk, withered little dames, dames in close crimped caps, long-waisted short gowns, homespun petticoats with scissors and pincushions, and gay calico pockets hanging on the outside. Buxom lasses almost as antiquated as their mothers, excepting where a straw hat, a fine ribbon, or perhaps a white frock gave symptoms of city innovation. The sons in short, square-skirted coats with rows of stupendous brass buttons, and their hair generally queued in the fashion of the times, especially if they could procure an eelskin for the purpose, it being esteemed throughout the country as a potent nourisher and strengthener of hair. Rom Bones, however, was the hero of the scene, having come to the gathering on his favorite steed, Daredevil, a creature like himself, full of mettle and mischief, and which no one but himself could manage. He was, in fact, noted for preferring vicious animals, given to all kinds of tricks which kept the rider in constant risk of his neck, for he held a tractable, well-broken horse as unworthy of a lad's spirit. Fain would I pause to dwell upon the world of charms that burst upon the enraptured gaze of my hero as he entered the state parlor of Van Tassel's mansion. Not those of the bevy of buxom lasses with their luxurious display of red and white, but the ample charms of a genuine Dutch country tea table in the sumptuous time of autumn. Such heaped up platters of cakes of various and almost indescribable kinds, known only to experienced Dutch housewives. Oh, I hiccuped. I heaved in the middle of that, like a hiccup or something. There was the doty donut, the tender olykoek, and the crisp and crumbling cruller, sweet cakes and short cakes, ginger cakes and honey cakes, and the whole family of cakes. And then there were apple pies and peach pies and pumpkin pies, besides slices of ham and smoked beef, and moreover, delectable dishes of preserved plums and peaches and pears and quinces, not to mention broiled shad and roasted chickens, together with bowls of milk and cream, all mingled higgledy-piggledy, pretty much as I have enumerated them, the motherly teapot sending up its clouds of vapor from the midst. Heaven bless the mark. You're welcome. I want breath and time to discuss this banquet as it deserves. I'm too eager to get on with my story. Happily, Ichabod Crane was not in so great a hurry as his historian, but did ample justice to every dainty. I want to go back to last weekend, because this past Monday was Thanksgiving here in Canada. And it was delicious. Literally feels like it could have been yesterday. It definitely wasn't, because I don't have leftovers with me. Because I brought leftovers back. Was it caught? It was Canadian Thanksgiving this past week. This past Monday. So I got some of that stuff. It's you know, it's Halloween. Halloween's when Halloween is. For next month, we take a month off. I mean, we have our Remembrance Day, which is a holiday. It's actually the same day as Veterans Day. There's a kind and thankful creature whose heart dilated in proportion as his skin was filled with good cheer, and whose spirits rose with eating as some men's do with drink. He could not help to rolling his large eyes round him as he ate, and chuckling with the possibility that he might one day be lord of all this scene of almost unimaginable luxury and splendor. Then he thought how soon he'd turn his back upon the old schoolhouse, snap his fingers in the face of Hans von Ripper, and every other patron, and kick any itinerant pedagogue out of doors that should dare to call him comrade. And no, next month we don't have like a food holiday thing. Old Baltus von Tassel moved about among his guests with a face dilated with content and good humor, round and jolly as the harvest moon. His hospitable attentions were brief but expressive, being confined to a shake of the hand, a slap on the shoulder, a loud laugh, and a pressing invitation to fall to and help themselves. And now the sound of the music from the common room or hall summoned to the dance. The musician was an old, gray-headed person of color, who had been the itinerant orchestra of the neighborhood for more than half a century. His instrument was as old and battered as himself. The greater part of the time he scraped on 2 or 3 strings, accompanying every movement of the bow with a motion of the head, bowing almost to the ground and stamping with his foot wherever a fresh couple were to start. Yeah, I still don't know, like, what to say there, because it says it is a variation of a word that if I say it wrong, I could get in huge trouble. Or even just saying that word could be viewed as trouble. Ichabod prided himself upon his dancing as much as upon his vocal powers. Oh. Hello, Fox. Fox, shouldn't you be asleep? Thank you for the 9 months in a row, though. Tier 1, 9 months in a row. Wow. That's a whole sub, baby. A whole sub, baby. Not a limb, not a fiber about him was idle, and to have seen his loosely hung frame in full motion, and clattering about the room, you would have thought St. Vitus himself, that blessed patron of the dance, was figuring before you in person. Also, how are you, Fox? I hope you are well. You should probably try and get some rest. Wretched has already gone and passed out himself. The admiration of all who have gathered of all ages and sizes from the farm and the neighborhood. Oof. He got sleepy. He was like, I don't have work tomorrow. And then like 2 minutes later, not even, he got sleepy. Neighborhood stood forming a pyramid of shining black faces at every door and window, gazing with delight at the scene, rolling their white eyeballs, and showing grinning rows of ivory from ear to ear. How could the flogger of urchins be otherwise than animated and joyous? The lady of his heart was his partner in the dance, and smiling graciously in reply to all his amorous oglings, while Brom Bones, sorely smitten with love and jealousy, sat brooding by himself in one corner. When the dance was at an end, Ichabod was attracted to a knot of the sager folks, whom, with old Van Tassel, sat smoking at one end of the piazza, gossiping over former times and drawing out long stories about the war. Yeah. So it'll be around, I don't know, 6-ish for you guys? I know it'll be about 7 for Terrell. I might throw it up, but I'm not gonna lie, I might half play the Dark Tide beta while we're watching. I figured it would be better to make it tomorrow than today, since I had to cancel stream yesterday and move it to today, and then I have a thing tonight. Today became literally chaotic, just out of nowhere. This neighborhood at the time of which I am speaking was one of those highly favored places which abound with chronicle and great men. The British and American line had run near it during the war, had therefore been the scene of marauding and infested with refugees, cowboys, and all kinds of border chivalry. Just sufficient time had elapsed to enable each storyteller to dress up his tale with a little becoming fiction, and, in the indistinctness of his recollection, to make himself the hero of every exploit. My head is like getting itchy, and it's starting to bother me. And I feel like we still have like a couple hours more, like another hour or so of freaking reading. There was the story of Doff Martling, a large blue-bearded Dutchman who had nearly taken a British frigate with an old iron 9-pounder from a mud breastwork, only that his gun burst at the 6th discharge. And there was an old gentleman who shall be nameless, being too rich a mynheer to be lightly mentioned, who in the Battle of White Plains, being an excellent master of defence, parried a musket ball with a small sword, insomuch that he absolutely felt it whiz round the blade, and glance off at the hilt, in proof of which he was ready at any time to show the sword with the hilt a little bent. There were several more that had been equally great in the field, not one of whom but was persuaded that he had considerable hand in bringing the war to a happy termination. Alright, how badly are my frame... It's like... Is it barely noticeable that my stream is dipping? I'm going into the yellow and the red on OBS. Apparently I've dropped almost 400 frames in the last little while. Seems like it's steadied out. But all these were nothing to the tales of ghosts and apparitions that succeeded. The neighborhood is rich in legendary treasures of the kind. Set my empty water cup over there. Just move this one right here beside me, in front of me. Local tales and superstitions thrive best in these sheltered, long-settled retreats, but are trampled underfoot by the shifting throng that forms the population of most of our country places. Besides, there is no encouragement for ghosts in most of our villages. They have scarcely had time to finish their first nap and turn themselves in their graves before their surviving friends have traveled away from the neighborhood, so that when they turn out at night to walk their rounds, they have no acquaintance left to call upon. You don't think it's moving or anything? So it seems fine. This is perhaps the reason why we so seldom hear of ghosts except in our long-established Dutch communities. The immediate cause, however, of the prevalence of supernatural stories in these parts was doubtless owing to the vicinity of Sleepy Hollow. There was a contagion in the very air that blew from that haunted region. It breathed forth an atmosphere of dreams and fancies infecting all the land. Several of the Sleepy Hollow people were present at Van Tassel's, and, as usual, were doling out their wild and wonderful legends. Many dismal tales were told about funeral trains and mourning cries and wailings heard and seen about the great tree where the unfortunate Major Andre was taken, and which stood in the neighborhood. Some mention was made also of the woman in white that haunted the dark glen at Raven Rock, and was often heard to shriek on winter nights before a storm, having perished there in the snow. The chief part of the stories, however, turn upon the favorite specter of Sleepy Hollow, the Headless Horseman, who had been heard several times of late patrolling the country, and it was said tethered his horse nightly among the graves in the churchyard. The sequestered situation of this church seems always to have made it a favorite haunt of troubled spirits. It stands on a knoll surrounded by locust trees and lofty elms, from among which its descent, whitewashed walls shine modestly forth, like Christian purity beaming through the shades of retirement. A gentle slope descends from it to a silver sheet of water, bordered by high trees, between which peeps may be caught at the blue hills of the Hudson. To look upon its grass-grown yard, where the sunbeams seem to sleep so quietly, one would think that there at least the dead might rest in peace. On one side of the church extends a wide woody dell, along which raves a large brook among thick broken rocks and trunks of fallen trees. Over a deep black part of the stream, not far from the church, was formerly thrown a wooden bridge. The road that led to it, and the bridge itself, were thickly shaded by overhanging trees, which cast a gloom about it even in the daytime, but occasionally a fearful darkness at night. Such was one of the favorite haunts of the Headless Horseman, and the place where he was most frequently encountered. The tale was told of old Brower, a most heretical disbeliever in ghosts, how he met the horseman returning from his foray into Sleepy Hollow, and was obliged to get up behind him. How they galloped over bush and brake, over hill and swamp, until they reached the bridge, when the horseman suddenly turned into a skeleton, threw old Brower into the brook, and sprang away over the treetops with a clap of thunder. Ooh. Still got quite a bit left on the plot. Another sip of water, please. Yeah, see, I'm at it's at such a minimal amount of frames dropped that it probably doesn't matter too much. This story was immediately matched by a thrice marvelous adventure of Brom Bones, who made light of the galloping Hessian as an errant jockey. He affirmed that on returning one night from the neighboring village of Sing Sing, he had been overtaken by this midnight trooper that he had offered to race with him for a bowl of punch, and should have won it too. For Daredevil beat the Goblin Horse all hollow, but just as they came to the church bridge, the Hessian bolted and vanished in a flash of fire. All these tales told in that drowsy undertone with which men talk in the dark, the countenances of the listeners only now and then receiving a casual gleam from the glare of a pipe, sank deep in the mind of Ichabod. He repaid them in kind with large extracts from his invaluable author, Cotton Mather, and added many marvelous events that had taken place in his native state of Connecticut, and fearful sights which he had seen in his nightly walks about Sleepy Hollow. The revel now gradually broke up. The old farmers gathered together their families in their wagons, and were heard for some time rattling along the hollow roads, and over the distant hills. Some of the damsels mounted on pillions behind their favorite swains, and their light-hearted laughter, mingling with the clatter of hoofs, echoed along the silent woodlands, sounding fainter and fainter, until they gradually died away. And the late scene of noise and frolic was all silent and deserted. Ichabod only lingered behind according to the custom of country lovers to have a tete-a-tete with the heiress, fully convinced that he was now on the high road to success. What passed at this interview I will desolate in chapfallen. Oh, these women, these women. Could that girl have been playing off any of her coquettish tricks? Was her encouragement of the poor pedagogue all a mere sham to secure her conquest of his rival? Heaven only knows, not I. Let it suffice to say, Ichabod stole forthwith the air of one who had been sacking a hen roost, rather than a fair lady's heart. Without looking to the right or left to notice the scene of rural wealth on which he had so often gloated, He went straight to the stable and with several hearty cuffs and kicks, roused his steed most uncourteously from the comfortable quarters oh, in which he was soundly sleeping, dreaming of mountains of corn and oats, and whole valleys of timothy and clover. I think the internet keeps breaking a little bit. It was a very witching time of night that Ichabod, heavy-hearted and crestfallen, pursued his travels homewards along the sides of the lofty hills which rise above Tarrytown, and which he had traversed so cheerily in the afternoon. The hour was as dismal as himself. Far below him the Tappan Zee spread its dusky and indistinct waste of waters, with here and there the tall mast of a sloop, then quietly at anchor under the land. In the dead hush of midnight, he could even hear the barking of the watchdog from the opposite shore of the Hudson. But it was so vague and faint as only to give an idea of his distance from his faithful companion of man. Now and then, to the long-drawn crowing of a cock, accidentally awakened, would sound far, far off from some farmhouse away among the hills. But it was like a dream sound in his ear. No signs of life occurred near him, but occasionally the melancholy chirp of a cricket, or perhaps the guttural twang of a bullfrog from a neighboring marsh, as if sleeping uncomfortably and turning suddenly in his bed. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard in the afternoon now came crowding upon his recollection. The night grew darker and darker. The stars seemed to sink deeper in the sky, and driving clouds occasionally hid them from his sight. He had never felt so lonely and dismal. He was, moreover, approaching the very place where many of the scenes of the ghost stories had been laid. In the center of the road stood an enormous tulip tree, which towered like a giant above all the other trees of the neighborhood, and formed a kind of landmark. Its limbs were gnarled and fantastic, large enough to form trunks for ordinary trees. Twisting down almost to the earth and rising again into the air, it was connected with the tragical story of the unfortunate Andre, who had been taken prisoner hard by and was universally known by the name of Major Andre's tree. The common people regarded it with a mixture of respect and superstition, partially out of sympathy for the fate of its ill-starred namesake, and partially from the tales of strange sights and doleful lamentations told concerning it. As Ichabod approached this fearful tree, he began to whistle. He thought his whistle was answered. It was but a blast sweeping sharply through the dry branches. As he approached a little nearer, he thought he saw something white hanging in the midst of the tree. He paused and ceased whistling, but on looking more narrowly, perceived that it was a place where the tree had been scathed by lightning, and the white wood laid bare. Suddenly, he heard a groan. His teeth chattered and his knees smote against the saddle. It was but the rubbing of one huge bough upon another, as they were swayed about by the breeze. He passed the tree in safety, but new perils lay before him. About 200 yards from the tree, a small brook crossed the road and ran into a marshy and thickly wooded glen, known by the name of Wiley's Swamp. Willie's. I think it's Wiley, though. A few rough logs laid side by side served for a bridge over the stream. On that side of the road where the brook entered the wood, a group of oaks and chestnuts matted thick with wild grapevines threw a cavernous gloom over it. Past this bridge was the severest trial. It was at this identical spot that the unfortunate Andre was captured, and under the covert of those chestnuts and vines with a sturdy yeoman concealed who surprised him. This has ever since been considered a haunted stream, and fearful are the feelings of the schoolboy who has to pass it alone after dark. As he approached the stream, his heart began to thump. He summoned up, however, all his resolution, gave his horse half a score of kicks in the ribs, and attempted to dash briskly across the bridge. But instead of starting forward, the perverse old animal made a lateral movement and ran broadside against the fence. Oh, my freaking phone is yelling. Sec here, guys. Ichabod, whose fears increased with the delay, jerked the reins on the other side and kicked lustily with the contrary foot. It was all in vain. His steed started, it is true, but it was only to plunge to the opposite side of the road into a thicket of bramble and alder bushes. The schoolmaster now bestowed both whip and heel upon the starveling ribs of old Gunpowder, who dashed forward, snuffling and snorting, but came to a stand just by the bridge with a suddenness that had nearly sent his rider sprawling over his head. Just at this moment, a plashy tramp by the side of the bridge caught the sensitive ear of Ichabod. In the dark shadow of the grove, on the margin of the brook, he beheld something huge, misshapen, and towering. It stirred not, but seemed gathered up in the gloom like some gigantic monster ready to spring upon the traveler. Let me just sip water again. Oh. The hair of the affrighted pedagogue rose upon his head with terror. What was to be done? To turn and fly was now too late. And besides, what chance was there of escaping ghost or goblin, if such it was, which could ride upon the wings of the wind? Summoning up, therefore, a show of courage, he demanded in stammering accents, "Who are you?" He received no reply. He repeated his demand in a still more agitated voice. Still, there was no answer. Once more, he cudgeled the size of the inflexible Gunpowder, and, shutting his eyes, broke forth with involuntary fervor into a psalm tune. Just then, the shadowy object of alarm put itself in motion, and with a scramble and a bound stood at once in the middle of the road. Though the night was dark and dismal, yet the form of the unknown might now in some degree be ascertained. He appeared to be a horseman of large dimensions and mounted on a black horse of powerful frame. He made no offer of molestation or sociability, but kept aloof on one side of the road, jogging along on the blind side of old Gunpowder, who had now got over his fright and waywardness. How close am I to the end of this? Very close. Oh my god. Ichabod, who had no relish for this strange midnight companion, and bethought himself of the adventure of Brown Bones with the galloping Hessian, now quickened his steed in hopes of leaving him behind. The stranger, however, quickened his horse to an equal pace. Ichabod pulled up and fell into a walk, thinking to lag behind. The other did the same. His heart began to sink within him. He endeavored to resume his psalm tune, but his parched tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, and he could not utter a stave. There was something in the moody and dogged silence of this pertinacious companion that was mysterious and appalling. It was soon fearfully accounted for, on mounting a rising ground which brought the figure of his fellow traveler in relief against the sky. Gigantic in height and muffled in a cloak, Ichabod was horror-struck on perceiving that he was headless. But his horror was still more increased on observing that the head which should have rested on his shoulders was carried before him on the pommel of his saddle. His terror rose to desperation. He rained a shower of kicks and blows upon Gunpowder, hoping by a sudden movement to give his companion the slip. The spectre started full jump with him. Away then, they dashed through thick and thin, stones flying and sparks flashing at every bound. Ichabod's flimsy garments fluttered in the air as he stretched his long, lank body away over his horse's head in the eagerness of his flight. They had now reached the road which turns off to Sleepy Hollow, but Gunpowder, who seemed possessed with a demon, instead of keeping up it, made an opposite turn and plunged headlong downhill to the left. This road leads through a sandy hollow shaded by trees for about a quarter of a mile, where it crosses the bridge famous in Goblin story, and just beyond swells the green knoll on which stands the whitewashed church. As yet the panic of the steed had given his unskillful rider an apparent advantage in the chase, but just as he had got halfway through the hollow, the girths of the saddle gave way, and he felt it slipping from under him. He seized it by the pommel and endeavored to hold it firm, but in vain, and had just time to save himself by clasping old Gunpowder round the neck, when the saddle fell to the earth and he heard it trampled underfoot by his pursuer. For a moment, the terror of Hans von Ripper's wrath passed across his mind, for it was his Sunday saddle, but this was no time for petty fears. The goblin was hard on his haunches, and unskillful rider that he was, he had much ado to maintain his seat, sometimes slipping on one side, sometimes on another, sometimes jolted on the high ridge of his horse's backbone, the violence that he fairly feared would cleave him asunder. The opening in the trees now cheered him with the hopes that the church bridge was at hand. The wavering reflection of a silver star in the bosom of the brook told him that he was not mistaken. He saw the walls of the church dimly glaring under the trees beyond. He recollected the place where Brom Bones' ghostly competitor had disappeared. If I can but reach that bridge, thought Ichabod, I am safe. Just then, he heard the black steed panting and blowing close behind him. He even fancied that he felt his hot breath. Another convulsive kick in the ribs, and old Gunpowder sprang upon the bridge. He thundered over the resounding planks. He gained the opposite side, and now Ichabod cast a look behind to see if his pursuer should vanish according to rule, in a flash of fire and brimstone. Just then he saw the goblin rising in his stirrups, and in the very act of hurling his head at him, Ichabod endeavored to dodge the horrible missile, but too late. It encountered his cranium with a tremendous crash. It was tumbled headlong into the dust. Gunpowder, the black steed, and the goblin rider passed by like a whirlwind. The next morning, the old horse was found without his saddle, and with the bridle under his feet, soberly cropping the grass at his master's gate. Ichabod did not make his appearance at breakfast. Dinner hour came, but no Ichabod. The boys assembled at the schoolhouse and strolled idly about the banks of the brook. No schoolmaster. Hans von Ripper now began to feel some uneasiness about the fate of poor Ichabod and his saddle. An inquiry was set on foot, and after diligent investigation, they came upon his traces. In one part of the road leading to the church was found the saddle trampled in the dirt. Tracks of horses' hooves, deeply dented in the road, and evidently at furious speed, were traced to the bridge beyond which, on the bank of a broad part of the brook, where the water ran deep and black, was found the hat of the unfortunate Ichabod, and close beside it, a shattered pumpkin. The brook was searched, but the body of the schoolmaster was not to be discovered. Hans von Ripper, as executor of his estate, examined the bundle which contained all his worldly effects. They consisted of 2 shirts and a half, 2 stocks for the neck, a pair of two of worsted stockings, an old pair of corduroy small clothes, my brain, a rusty razor, a book of psalm tunes full of dog's ears, and a broken pitch pipe. As to the books and furniture of the schoolhouse, they belonged to the community, excepting Cotton Mather's History of Witchcraft, a New England Almanac, and a book of dreams and fortune-telling, in which last was a sheet of foolscap, much scribbled and blotted in several fruitless attempts to make a copy of verse in honor of the heiress of Van Tassel. These magic books and the poetic scrawl were forthwith consigned to the flames by Hans von Ripper, who from that time forward determined to send his children no more to school, observing that he never knew any good could come of this same reading and writing. Whatever money the schoolmaster possessed, and he had received his quarter's pay but a day or two before, must have had about his person at the time of his disappearance. The mysterious event caused much speculation at the church on the following Sunday. Knots of gazers and gossips were collected in the churchyard at the bridge, and at the spot where the hat and pumpkin had been found. The stories of Brower, of Bones, and a whole budget of others were called to mind. When they had diligently considered them all and compared them with the symptoms of the present case, they shook their heads and came to the conclusion that Ichabod had been carried off by the galloping Hessian. He was a bachelor and in nobody's debt. Nobody troubled his head any more about him. The school was removed to a different quarter of the hollow, and another pedagogue reigned in his stead. It is true, an old farmer who had been down to New York on a visit several years after, and from whom this account of ghostly adventure was received, brought home the intelligence that Ichabod Crane was still alive, that he had left the neighborhood partially through fear of the goblin Hans von Ripper, and partially in mortification at having been suddenly dismissed by the heiress, that he had changed his quarters to a distant part of the country, kept school and studied law at the same time, had been admitted to the bar, turned politician, electioneered, written for the newspapers, and finally had been made a justice of the 10-pound court. Brom Bones, too, who shortly after his rival's disappearance conducted the blooming Katrina in triumph to the altar, was observed to look exceedingly knowing whenever the story of Ichabod was related, and always burst into a hearty laugh at the mention of the pumpkin, led some to suspect that he knew more about the matter than he chose to tell. The old country's wives, however, were the best judges of these matters, maintained to this day that Ichabod was spirited away by supernatural means, and it is a favorite story often told about the neighborhood around the winter evening fire. The bridge became more than ever an object of superstitious awe, and that may be the reason why the road has been altered of late years, so as to approach the church by the border of the mill pond. The schoolhouse, being deserted, soon fell to decay, and was reported to be haunted by the ghost of the unfortunate pedagogue, and the ploughboy, loitering homeward of a still summer evening, often fancied his voice at a distance, chanting a melancholy psalm tune among the tranquil solitudes of Sleepy Hollow. The postscript found in the handwriting of Mr. Knickerbocker. The preceding tale is given almost in the precise words in which I heard it related at a corporation meeting at the ancient city of Manhattoy, at which were present many of its sagest and most illustrious burghers. I don't know. The narrator was a pleasant, shabby, gentlemanly old fellow in pepper and salt clothes, with a sadly humorous face, and one whom I strongly suspected of being poor. He made such efforts to be entertaining. When his story was concluded, there was much laughter and approbation, particularly from 2 or 3 deputy aldermen, who had been asleep the greater part of the time. There was, however, one tall, dry-looking old gentleman with beetling eyebrows who maintained a grave and rather severe face throughout, now and then folding his arms, inclining his head, and looking down upon the floor, as if turning a doubt over in his mind. He was one of your wary men, who never laugh but upon good grounds. when they have reason and law on their side. When the mirth of the rest of the company had subsided and silence restored, he leaned one arm on the elbow of his chair and, sticking the other akimbo, demanded with a slight but exceedingly sage motion of the head and contradiction of the brow, was the moral of the story and what it went to prove. The storyteller, who was just putting a glass of wine to his lips as a refreshment after his toils, paused for a moment, looked at his inquirer with an air of infinite deference, and, lowering the glass slowly to the table, observed that the story was intended most logically to prove that there is no situation in life but has its advantages and pleasures, provided we will but take a joke as we find it. That therefore he that runs races with goblin troopers is likely to have rough riding of it. Ergo, for a country schoolmaster to be refused the hand of a Dutch heiress is a certain step to high preferment in the state. The cautious old gentleman knit his brows tenfold closer after this explanation, being sorely puzzled by the ratiocination of the syllogism, while methought the one in pepper and salt eyed him with something of a triumphant leer. At length he observed that all this was very well, but still he thought the story of a little on the extravagant. There were one or two points in which he had his doubts. "Faith, sir," replied the storyteller, "to that matter I don't believe one half of it myself. D.K." The end. Well, that was a good read. But my throat, I think, is reaching the end of its reading ability for the night, unfortunately. This has been a lot of fun. I enjoy reading to you guys, even if it's only for usually 4.5 hours. Hopefully with enough practice and me doing this often enough in the future, maybe we can go from 5, 6, 7, or even 8 hours. But, oh god, my connection just dipped heavily. Holy shit. We are going to erase somebody. Let's see who all is going. I'd raid Shatter, but I think he's getting ready to end. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't seem like he is. Not yet, anyways. So we will raid Shatter. He's in the middle of fighting at the moment. We do have this new raid message. Remember, this is not the one. This is the one for emotes. If you have mine, this is the one if you don't. Thank you everybody so much for joining me, and I hope you all enjoyed this reading. Sleepy Hollow was a fun one. So were all the others. I will see you all on Tuesday as I am taking tomorrow and the next day off. But with that, the cafe will be closed for the night. I hope you all have a great night, a great day tomorrow, and a great day on Monday. For those who are joining me tomorrow, I look forward to watching Candor with you. Good night, goodbye, and I'll see you all next time. Take care.